it is. What he do? I said what it is. I said what he do. I said what it is. I said what he do. What's poppin', man? Welcome to another show. Welcome to one of the dopest shows on YouTube where we talk about everything under the sun. As long as we get back to the money, real conversations and real solutions. I'm your host, Courtney Edgar. Listen, bro. We got some topics for y'all today. We got a lot of topics, so I need y'all to lock in with your boy. I need y'all to lock in with me. You feel me? Cause we finna get to it. But before we do, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure you hit that bell notification, dog. So let's go ahead and get into the first topic of tonight. So today I'm gonna start off, before we get a little toxic, I'm gonna start off with some positivity. I got two videos for my icebreakers today that I want to talk about in regards to just being positive overall. So the first video I want to play, I'm gonna play the video with Da Vinci. Y'all don't know who that is. He's the actor. He was one of the guys that played in VMF. He also played in American, what is it? All American. You know, he was the guy. He was the one where the mom was in the military. You know, and he was a quarterback and all that good joint. And I forgot what other movies he also played in, but you know what I'm saying, he's an up and coming actor. He's been doing dope. Oh, he was also in Grownish. He was also in Grownish as well. So yeah, man, he's been doing a lot of different things, and he posted one of his videos in regards to what he's been doing. You know, how he's staying motivated. You know, just being an actor and just how he's coming up and what he's doing in his daily routine. So I want to play that video real quick just to give some of y'all that inspiration. All right, so let's go ahead and lock in, dog. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe.
The entertainment industry is one of the industries that attack your mindset and your spirit in a way that no other industry can do. One of the biggest prayers that helped me throughout this business is Proverbs 30. It says, "Oh God, I beg of two favors and let me have these before I die. First, help me to never tell a lie. Second, give me neither poverty nor riches, but just enough to satisfy my needs. For if I grow too rich, I may deny you and say, who is the Lord? And if I am poor, I may cheat or steal and thus bring dishonor and shame to your holy name." That's one of my favorite verses because I feel like as an entertainer, it's like the highs and lows in life. It's just crazy, and you always have opportunities to get more and more and more and more and more.
Cold hearts and heated floors, no parental guidance. I just see the voice. Therapy sessions. I'm in the waiting room reading Forbes.
You know, you just want to really be in that place where you're just like, you know, Lord, give me my daily bread. Give me exactly what I need, because it's very important in this game that you're balanced in the middle. You don't have too much or you don't have too little, because I feel like it could just offset you. And that's really how it is for everyone in life, truthfully. Because of our forefathers in the game, the Sidney Poitiers, the Denzels, you have like great athletes like the Michael Jordan, Terrell Owens. I just learned how to say his name. It's not Terrell, it's Terrell, by the way. And all these great humans, it's like they all left blueprints behind. And I realized one of the most important things is that you got to have a life outside of the entertainment business. If you don't have a life outside of the entertainment business, it's gonna crush you. What I tend to do to really just keep a balanced mental health and a balanced state of mind is that I create things and routines and systems outside of the business. So like I started playing pickleball not too long ago. Pickleball, it's great because it just allows me to be a kid again.
He's a Haitian American actor, mental health advocate, and an all-around sports enthusiast. He is Da Vinci!
Placeable, it's like they ain't disposable. My urges for real is uncontrollable. I know we're getting older though. Yeah, but I gotta get a nigga back for that. It's non-negotiable. It's not even debatable.
Hey, one thing's for sure, if you ain't got into pickleball, you make sure you get into pickleball, because there's a lot of money. There's a lot of hidden money in that sport. There's a lot of sponsors throwing their money at the pickleballers. So if you are one of those hoopers, if you know you want to find another purpose to start getting your exercise in and start working out, hey man, pickleball is the way to go. But overall, man, the main purpose of this video is I agree with him 110%. You feel me? I do. Now, when it comes to the aspect of what I'm praying for, you know, pray for character, pray for, you know, being able to have that discernment, prayer for discernment, and just overall just being able to remain and pray for your humility. Because as you continue to grow, continue to get successful, sometimes that is hard. A lot of people lose themselves when they start to get to the money. But one of the biggest things I also want to pray for is just, character, making sure that I'm able to remain who I am regardless of the success that comes with and the visibility that comes with, the YouTube and everything like that. So I definitely understand that, just being consistent and just grinding and working and just putting in work. But outside of this camera, you got to have a life, bro. You got to be doing something. Now, of course, you don't want this to consume you. You want to be able to go outside and touch grass. You want to be out there talking to people, conversing with people, getting to know people, building a community of people around you. If you got friends, tap in with your friends. If you got a family, tap in with your family from time to time. Spend some time with them. You know what I mean? Just to keep that humility, keep that social interaction, man, because everything is media based now. Everybody's sitting behind a computer. Everybody's on social media. Everybody's on TikTok. Everybody's on Instagram. So I think that this is great. One of the things that Da Vinci is doing, especially on his rise and where he's going. So I think it is pretty dope in regards to what he's doing. So shout out to Da Vinci, bro. Because let's be real. Let's be real, man. The way that acting is today, a lot of people are taking themselves more seriously. They're being able to, I don't like to use the word balance, but what they're doing is they're understanding that, listen, what I do as far as my business, as far as my career, that's my business, my career. When I lock in there, I'm locked in, I'm putting in work, I'm doing what I need to do. But when I tap up out of that, I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying the people around me. I'm there with them. You feel me? I'm there. I'm connecting. I'm interacting. I'm not always just, oh fuck, man, I gotta get to this. I gotta get to this. I gotta do. No, I done what I needed to do. I took care of business as I was supposed to. Now that shit is done, guess what? Now I can go over here. I can kick it with y'all. I can have a good time, rock out. But then when it's time to get back to it, we get back to it and we lock the fuck in. That's what we do. But shout out to Da Vinci. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm. Hit that bell notification. And let me know y'all thoughts on this topic, bro. Let me know y'all thoughts. So I want to go over, but before I do, let me check, see what we got here. Let me see something. All right, nothing. All right, bet. All right, bet. Give me a second. All right, so staying on the same pretty much topic, more so I want to talk, I guess you could say it's a slight pivot, but it's still more so on a motivational aspect. I wouldn't even call it motivation. I just say more on a positive note. More on a positive note, what I talk about, remaining who you are, keeping that humility, and just understanding that you don't have to take everything that's thrown at you, because one of the things I do believe in too is all money ain't good money. That's for sure. I'm all about growth. I'm all about building. I'm all about getting to a bag. Shout out to the Earn Not Giving community. Shout out to the bad chasers. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah. So I want to go to this next topic real quick with Anthony Ramos. If y'all don't know who Anthony Ramos is, he's another actor as well, another upcoming actor. I first saw Anthony Ramos in those Crown Royal commercials. In the New York commercial. Bringing that authenticity back to Crown Royal. That relatability, and then he was in the latest Transformers movie. Also he was in that new one, Ironheart. And I know he's doing a few other movies now that he's getting into. So hey, he's doing his thing. He's out here working. He's out here putting in work. But I want to hear what he was talking about. He was on the pivot, and he was talking about just chasing purpose over fame. And that's one of the biggest things I'm an advocate for. I'm about chasing the bag. I don't care about the fame. Yeah, if the visibility and the fame come with it, that is what it is. But of course, you're gonna need some level of visibility in order to get to a bag. So I understand that too. But let's hear what he got to say, then I'll give my thoughts. All right, so let's rock out.
It's cool. We don't have to. I'll go over here and make the smaller deal with somebody who really gives a fuck about what I'm doing, and I'll build with them, and we'll create something fire, as opposed to me trying to go out because you producing the next fucking Jurassic Park. I don't care. Why? Because you won 3 Oscars and how many Critics' Choice and SAG Award. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, yo. Because at the end of the day, like, the further I get into this shit, the less I want to just work. Like, I don't feel like doing shit that I don't want to do. And like people are like, but what about, like, don't you want to get ahead, or don't you want to be? And I'm like, you know what? I am ahead. My bills are paid. I own property. I got businesses. By the grace of God, like, my mother's okay. My brother and my sister, I'm chilling. I don't know. I don't know if that makes, you know what I'm saying?
It's not like people chase money. People chase money.
Yeah.
And as you talking, like, you probably could have made more money.
For sure.
Or even had more fame if the code switch, is that the thing the kids call it nowadays? You know, we way older than you because you know.
I mean, look.
Code switching, but code switch, figured out, whatever, but just stack bread. Why aren't you just stacking bread?
No, I'm stacking bread.
I know you're stacking bread, but you can stack more bread.
But I could, yeah. I mean, you know, yeah, I definitely had movies where I turned down and the money was nice, but the role just wasn't, like, yeah, it hurt. Like, I'm like, fuck. Like, you know, like, that was a hard one to say no to, but because of the bread. But, like, I'm reading the role and I'm like, damn, but, like, where do I want to be in 5 years? Where do I want to be in 10 years? What do I want people to know Anthony Ramos as? One of the most elite actors that ever did it. I don't want them to know me as one of the most famous actors that ever did it. I want them to say he's one of the best that ever did it. So in order to get there, I gotta make the right plays.
I'm telling y'all the key.
Hey, look, listen. He is cooking. If you don't know why, he cooking on that. And the reason why I say that he is cooking on that, just because a lot of people get so caught up in chasing the money. You chasing the money, 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 you chasing the money. You know what I'm saying? And so you forget your purpose. You lose your purpose. You lose yourself because you're trying to get to every bag. Now, mind you, ain't nothing wrong with getting to a bag. But at some point, you can't take on everything. You have to, your purpose has to come first. That's where that whole saying comes in. Hey, for the love of money is the root of all evil. Because a lot of people get that. A lot of people get that mixed up. You know, a lot of people, they try to use it to try to fit a narrative. They say, oh, hey, you know, the love of money is the root of all evil. Yeah, for the love of money, meaning if you put money before anything else that you got going on, if you put money before anything else, if you're willing to risk your humility, if you're willing to, you know, to sell your soul, if you're willing to do anything, that means anything. There is no boundaries, no morals, anything in order to achieve a dollar bill, in order to get to some money. That's what that is talking about. Ain't nothing wrong with chasing the bag. Ain't nothing wrong with getting to a bag. Ain't nothing wrong with taking money. Ain't nothing wrong with making $10 million. Ain't nothing wrong with it, you know. But as long as you understand that, listen, I'm not gonna lose my morals and my character and my moral compass just for a dollar bill. I'm not gonna do that. So I definitely understand that when it comes to Anthony Ramos, you know, as far as taking certain roles, like, nah, I'm not gonna take the role. Yeah, the money look good, but what's the bigger picture here? Cool, I made 10 mil, I made 5-10 mil on this one role, but however, how does that make me look in the long run? I can make that 10 mil if I continue to just keep putting out this fire shit that I'm doing in these roles and I am taking. Eventually, I won't need to do all these crazy ass roles in order to get to a bag. It's just my name alone is gonna get me there. It's like, oh, that's Anthony Ramos. Oh, hell yeah, we gonna throw him a bag because we know any movie that he in, we're gonna be locked in. We already know we're gonna bring in some dough. And so I think that's one of the best things you can do. And that's how I feel about my platform. That's how I feel about the CourtneeEdgarShow. And listen, I always got to give credence. I always have to give props to the people that I listen to and the people that I learn from. You know, guys like Myron Golden, you know, guys like Anton Daniels. Shout out to Anton Daniels. And one of the biggest things that that I have learned from him is that, listen, bro, we gonna get to a bag. One thing's for sure, two things for certain, three things for sure. We're gonna get to a bag. We're gonna get to a bag. But one of the biggest things is this: I don't want to lose who I am or lose the integrity of the Courtney Edgar Show just to get a sponsorship deal, right? My main focus is when you hear Courtney Edgar's name, you know what it is, you know what time it is. And so one of the biggest things is with Anton, as far as the brand, Courtney Edgar. You constantly hear Courtney Edgar. That's why I don't use nicknames. That's why I'm not using different names like a lot of people use. I use Courtney Edgar. So when you hear that name, that's the brand. Courtney Edgar is the brand. Not a different name, not some nickname you know me by, and everybody trying to find. No, you know who I am, Courtney Edgar. That's who I am. Not many people y'all know in this world name is Courtney Edgar. Name me one person outside of myself that is named Courtney Edgar. Name one. I don't think you will. I don't think you will name anybody named Courtney Edgar. So that in itself is a unique name in itself. So why not use that to my advantage to continue to grow a brand from the ground up and build that shit strong to the point where when you hear my name, oh, we locked in. To the point where anytime you put my name in the search, boom, you constantly getting numbers. You constantly getting high search results. You feel me? So I definitely understand that. So doing what I'm doing now, yeah, I'm still a micro creator at this point right now, but we continue to build, we continue to grow, we continue to get into a bag, we continue to keep building the platform, keep showing up, keep talking our talk. Whether you agree with it or not, I don't want to have it. I don't want to be in the echo chamber. I don't have to be in the echo chamber. I don't need to. There are going to be people that's going to disagree with me. That's fine. There are going to be moments where I'm 100% wrong. Cool. And there are going to be moments where I'm 100% right, and I'm still going to stand on it. And we're going to have a conversation about whatever it is. But one thing is for sure, we're going to get to a bag. As long as it aligns with Courtney Edgar and the Courtney Edgar Show. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. But yeah, I think this was dope. Listening to Da Vinci and listening to Anthony Ramos. But no, I agree 100% with them. You know, ain't nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with, you don't have to take every deal that you get just because it looks good on the surface. That don't necessarily mean it's gonna work for you on the long run. Sometimes you just have to be able to say no. Sometimes it's okay to say no because you don't know just what that may look like. That may look like a big thing on the front end. It's like, damn, bro, that's a lot of money. But then when you look at it from a grand scheme of things, it's like, all right, well, shit. Okay. I'm just gonna put my head down. That deal didn't work out for me. Damn, that hurt. But now I understand we're gonna continue to keep working. We're gonna continue to keep grinding. Next thing you know, you're gonna get a deal that's even bigger. You're gonna forget about that first deal that you had. You're like, damn, y'all was $2 million, but these niggas offering me $8 million. Ooh, and it aligns with everything that you do. It aligns perfectly. Boom. Now you done made $8 million. You quadrupled the first offer. You feel me? You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, bro, I understand it. So for anybody out there who's starting your brand, you know, you're starting your YouTube channel, whatever it is you're doing, make sure that you are the brand. Make sure that you are the brand. If you starting from zero, hey, if you got a unique name, use it. If you are, don't be afraid to put your name out there. Don't be afraid to put your name out there because you are the brand at the end of the day. You are not the product, not whatever it is that you're doing, or not because you make great videos. That's part of it, but your name is who you are, is the brand. Wherever you go, your name goes with you. So use that to your advantage. If you have a unique name, use it. Use your first name. Why not? Now I get it. If your name is very, very, very general in the sense that damn near everybody got your name, you might have to switch a little. You may have to switch some things up. But I still say use your first and last name. It is what it is. But hey, let me know what y'all think in the comments. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm. And make sure you hit that bell notification, bro. So I want to go to this next topic. We still on icebreakers, but we sidestepping a little bit. We sidestepping to this next topic. I told this person that I was gonna react to their video on TikTok that they made. And so I said that I had some thoughts. I had an opinion about what she was talking about. So I want to go ahead and get to the topic, so that way we can discuss it. Before we do, let me check this out real quick. Let me see something. All right, bet. Cool. All right, so let's lock in. I just had to check something out. Had to check something out real quick. So make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure y'all hit that bell notification, dog. Before we jump in, be sure to hit the subscribe button. Listen, this channel is for people who want to have real conversations, no fluff, authentic, where we talk about money, mindset, and relationships and everything else under the sun, as long as it gets back to the money and how we can level up in life. Now, let's be real. Subscribing to this channel helps my content reach more people, which gets me closer to monetization so I can continue to keep giving you high quality content. Now, if you rock with that, be sure to hit the subscribe button as well as the bell notification. Let's get back to the video.
The key is I see a lot of tips telling women how to get a man, how to keep a man, how to get a man to pay for your bills, how to get gifts from a man. I see a lot of those videos, but I'll give you a pro tip on how to get a man, like a good man, like a good quality man. I'll give you the number one pro tip. Do absolutely, positively nothing but mind your own business. Be about yourself. Be so obsessed and stuck on yourself. Don't be looking for no man. Just be so into yourself. Be busy. Be working. Be getting to the bag. Be so into you, like you have no idea what else is going on. When you be worrying yourself, looking after this man that didn't call you, looking on his stories, checking your stories, like you cannot attract him. I'm telling y'all, the key is to obsess over yourself. Be focused on yourself, be busy, be self-involved. Just be in your own fucking world, and honestly attracts the kind of man that you want. Because for some reason, men seem to be into women that are not worried about them. Like, don't want to be bothered. Men seem to like that. Sure, focus on yourself, and I really mean it. Like, get some hobbies, get some business, be so into your own world that anything he does or comes into your life, it'll just be like an added value. If it's work for you, ladies, put it in the comments, because I feel like people think I'm making this up. Like, really be obsessed with yourself and you'll attract him.
I feel like the energy.
I'm telling y'all the
Okay, so let me start with what I agree with. I agree with get you some business, focus on you in regards to building yourself up, becoming the best version of yourself. I agree with that. I agree with that. I do. I also agree with focusing on your hobbies. You know, getting a hobby, you know, getting in the gym, become your best self. But where she went wrong, and I'm gonna get to it. So I'm gonna start it over, and I'm gonna stop it in between to comment and give my thoughts on certain things that she said. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it.
key is I see a lot of tips telling women how to get a man, how to keep a man, how to get a man to pay for your bills, how to get gifts from a man. I see a lot of those videos, but I'll give you a pro tip on how to get a man, like a good man, like a good quality man. I'll give you the number one pro tip.
So first, I want to start there. I want to start there with the good man. The good man. First, you got to define what a good man is at this point. You got to define what a good man. What is a good man to you? What is a good man? Because apparently, just, you know, being a guy that's a protector, that's a provider, that is, you know, that's all about you, that's faithful, you know, that's emotionally intelligent, which I don't even know that's why that's a thing, but emotionally intelligent. He's a solid dude, takes care, you know, if y'all do have kids, you know, he takes care of the kids as he's supposed to, you know, he rocking with you, looking out for you. But I guess everybody has a different version of what a good man actually is. So first, figure that out. What is a good man to you? What is a good quality man to you? All right.
Do absolutely, positively nothing but mind your own business. Be about yourself. Be so obsessed and stuck on yourself. Don't be looking for no man. Just be so into yourself. Be busy. Be working. Be getting to the bag. Be so into you like you have no idea what else is going on. When you be worrying yourself.
Okay, so yes, be into yourself to an extent. Don't get so obsessed to yourself to the point where you don't even know how to interact or socialize with people anymore, right? So it just follows up after what I said. Okay, first and foremost, you need to decipher what type of man it is that you even want. What is a good man to you? What does that quality man look like? How does he look? Where does he mostly hang out at? You know, what is his hobby like? What job is he doing? How much money is he making? You know, is he a family man? Do you want him to be a family man? Do you want him to be family oriented? Do you want him to come from a 2-parent household or a single parent household? Do you want him to be one of those guys who made it out of the hood and now he completely transformed himself from a hood guy to a corporate guy? Or you want a guy who grew up in the suburbs and never experienced that life at all? You know what I'm saying? And he lived a good life with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he still wants a family. He wants to continue to build a legacy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Decipher that. Then once you figure that out, that type of man, you figure that type of man out, because she's leaving out some information there. Once you understand what it is, that type of man that you want, right? Now, figure out what it is that man is looking for. That specific man that you just listed, that you just wrote down, or however you did it. Now you need to figure out, okay, well, how can I put myself in the position to get this kind of guy? Because no, he's not going to fall in your lap. I don't know why women keep thinking that the shit just going to fall in your lap. It's not. You got to be putting in work. And we're not talking about just working. Oh, I'm working on my job. I'm focusing on me. I'm working out in the gym. Cool. Yeah, you're going to get some looks. You're going to get some attraction. But is it the type of attraction that you want? Is it the kind of man that you want? Because, yeah, as long as you're focusing on yourself, you're focusing on, staying in your own lane, you get into a bag, you're working on yourself, you're building your body up, and you just out the fucking way. You out the way. Cool. But see, that's a dangerous part too, because then you so focused on yourself, you forget, you get too comfortable in yourself, in that, especially if you want a man, if you want to be in a relationship, you want that family, you want that family dynamic, you want that, you have to get outside of the fact of this alone, like I'd rather be alone situation. If that's what you want. Now, if you want to be alone, go ahead, do your thing. Then this conversation ain't for you. Then you can just go ahead and be alone and live your life the way that you want to live it. But if you want a man, you want to build a family, you want kids, you want to grow old together, all that shit, right? Then you need to put yourself in front of the spaces of these type of men that you want. It's simple as that. It's not that hard. Get out, let that ego bullshit go. Like, oh, I'm just out the way. Cool, you out the way for a minute, but sometimes you're gonna have to step out. You got to put in the work too in order to get what it is that you want. It's not just going to fall in your lap, because if you always minding your own business, you always in the house, you ain't focusing on what's going on the outside world. How in the hell are they supposed to find you? How are they supposed to find you? How is that man supposed to find you? So therefore, you got to put yourself in these spaces. You have to put yourself in these spaces in order to be seen. Because if you're already broken, if you take 6 to 8 months away just to focus on yourself, you keep your head down, you grinding, you focusing on your mental, you focusing on building your character, you focusing on becoming a woman, focusing on becoming a wife before you meet your husband, you're going to find him. You just keep your head down. You hang around women that are already in marriages, and you can see how they're operating in successful marriages, not just somebody who just in a relationship. So not the ones who's complaining, talking about, oh, I'm so unhappy. That's bullshit. Don't listen to them. Listen to the ones that's in successful marriages, the ones who stuck it out, the ones who understand what it means to be in a relationship, the ones who understand the dynamics of a husband and a wife. Those are people you need to hang around. And I guarantee you, when you do that and you're focusing on yourself and you move accordingly and you put yourself in these circles, in these spaces of these type of men that you want, I guarantee that's how you're going to find them.
Looking after this man that didn't call you, looking on his stories, checking your stories, like, you cannot attract him. I'm telling y'all, the key is to obsess over yourself, be focused on yourself, be busy, be self-involved, just be in your own fucking world, and honestly attracts the kind of man that you want.
I doubt
because for some reason men seem to be into women that are not worried about them. Like, don't want to be bothered. Men seem to like that. Short, focus on yourself, and I really mean it. Like, get some hobbies, get some business, be so into your own world that anything he does or comes into your life, it'll just be like an added value. If it's work for you, ladies.
Hold on, let me see. What do you mean? What do you mean, Alexis Johnson? What do you mean you have so much to say? You have to speak for yourself. Please don't speak for all men. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? I want to know. What do you mean by that? What is it? What is it that I need to speak for myself on in regards to what? Roger Hill, they're both still weak. I mean, that's your opinion, bro. But I mean, it is what it is. What you got going? What you got going on in your life? How is she speaking, Alexis? What do you mean? What's she speaking on? What's she saying? She ain't said nothing. Yeah, I conceded to it. I said that, yeah, some of the things that she said was correct, but however, she was leaving out some information. Yeah, I agree with the fact that you have to stick it out. Look, go ghost, get out the way, stay out of the way. Don't be in the mix. But also, what you have to add it to that, ain't no man finna fall in your lap. They're not. Yeah, they're going to be men that's going to look at you. They're going to be men that's going to be in your DM. But guess what, shorty? Those ain't the men that you want. Alexis, let's keep it a buck. How many men in your DM right now that you fucking with right now? How many are in your DMs that you actually want to fuck with? Like, you really like, oh yeah, that's who I want. How many of them? How did he fall into your lap though? Well, I mean, now that you said that you got to do, I mean, that's fair. Before your guy, how did you get your guy? Because majority of the guy, but mine came from my DM. That's fair. Hey, that's fair. That it happens. But again, you're a one-off situation. That's not for everybody. I speak for the majority. I don't speak for the minority. I speak for the majority situations. So yeah, just because your situation happened to you, yeah, I'm not saying that it don't happen, but what's the probability of it happening? What's the likelihood of you finding your person or the person that you really want to be with in a DM? Let's be 100. Let's keep it a buck. That's cool. Hey, that's what's up. But how often do you think that would actually happen versus not happening? That's how we have to look at it. That's fair. That's cool. Hey, congratulations. I rock with it. Nope, I won't speak for myself because I go out here, I touch grass. I know what it's like out here too. I'm not just sitting behind the screen just talking because I've been out here. I know what it's like out here. I've seen it. I've experienced myself. I know people that have experienced it too. So yeah, I can speak in general. I've been around long enough to be able to speak generally because I've seen many different situations. I've seen it happen not only to myself, but I've seen other men experience it too. I've had conversations with many men. They've had these conversations before and it's happened before. So that's why I'm able to speak on it from a general standpoint. And you can hear it. And you can hear it from a lot of men, even on these platforms. You can hear it. Come on, man. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't DM. Look, that's what I'm saying. Everybody should live their life just like I do. I live my life. That's how I'm able to speak on it. I'm out here. I'm in the streets. I know what it is. I know what it's about. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I'm able to speak on it. That's why I'm able to speak on it. But yeah, I can't wait. Don't worry. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Put it in the comments because I feel like people think I'm making this up. Like, really be a
No, again, like I said, she's not making it up, but she left out a few things. And like I said, I'm still going to stand on what I said. If you want that type of man, you need to put yourself in those spaces. You put yourself in a certain space for that man to confine you. Like what? How am I wrong in that aspect? You go ghost. You focus on yourself. You work on yourself. You build yourself up as a woman. Become the best version of yourself as you should. And if you want a certain type of man, if there's a certain man that you want, you put yourself in that space to be found. Whether that's on social media, whether that's in certain clubs or certain stores, wherever that place may be where you typically would find these type of men, you put yourself in that circle. It happened. That's what happens. That's how it happens. It's kind of just like what I was talking about sponsorships. You put yourself in certain spaces. You go to certain events to put yourself in the space to find these type of people or to attract these certain type of people. You have conversations with people. So when you go to, and on top of that, when you go to these events, you already have done most of the legwork. You know who's going to be at these events. You know what type of people that you're looking for. So therefore, you're gonna put yourself in the spaces of these people. That way, you can have a conversation with them to present to them whatever it is that you want to present to them. Where am I wrong on this? But that's but again, Alexis, that's my point. You only speaking from a one-off situation. Most of the times it don't happen like that. Most times it don't happen like that. Most times. I'm not saying that it never happens. I'm saying most times. Most times. Majority of the time it don't happen like that. And if it does happen like that, and then you're dealing, they just trying to bust you down. Now I know that's not your case, but most times that's what happens. That's what it is. So yeah. So you're right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that it don't happen. I'm just saying it don't happen at a high rate. At what you're saying, they don't just fall into your lap on a regular basis. It don't happen like that. That's what I'm saying. But make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure y'all hit that bell notification, man. So look, let's go ahead and go over to this next topic of tonight. So we got a former podcaster. Her name is Tacos and Shawarma. So Shorty was doing podcasts. She's been in the radio business, and apparently she was doing numbers in her podcast, but she has decided to do OnlyFans. She has a kid. She is up in age. We talking 40s, I think. If she's not 40, she's pushing it. She either early 40s, late 30s, somewhere around them. All right. So there's a video that I'm gonna pull up, and then I'm gonna give my thoughts on it. All right. Give me a second. Let me pull it up.
All right. I wanted to bring the mom vibes today. So I don't know if you guys have heard, but I've announced this on my Instagram. I have decided to take a break from the podcast and become an OF model. Why, you ask? Because it's just too easy for me to pass up. That's just the truth. There are girls that are 18 that are making $80 million a year. And I'm over here scrambling on YouTube. I don't even like computers, okay? I don't. I'm a single mom. I don't like computers, and I'm tired. And I'd rather give you my body, because that's really what you want at the end of the day, than give you my soul. I know you don't understand that. Your body won't be here forever, but your soul will live forever. So it really doesn't matter. You just need to be smart. It doesn't matter what people think and how they judge you, because it's like, I don't know what you got going on in your life, but I bet you $1 million that you're not perfect. I'm owning my shit. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I don't give a fuck. Because none of you motherfuckers pay my bills. So until somebody pays my bills, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. I'm going to live my life how I want to live it. This is my decision, and that's the end of it. The link is in my Instagram bio. Also on Twitter. Probably will be in this bio too at some point. Okay? Are we good? If you have any questions, let me know.
Motherfuckers don't want to work no more, man. Don't nobody want to put in the elbow grease no more. Don't nobody want to work no more, bro. What is this, bro? What is this? What are we talking about right now? So when I saw this video initially, I had to go to her page on X, formerly known as Twitter, to see what she was talking about. Fam. So I guess she calls herself doing OnlyFans, and from the videos that I've seen, now they're not X-rated, nothing like that. But I guess she calls herself trying to be sexy on it, and she's not getting a lot of hits, as you would think. You pushing the older age, you trying to compare yourself to an 18-year-old, and mind you, everybody ain't making big bank in OnlyFans. Don't let the small percentage fool you. Still got to put in work. It's still saturated. You still got to put in the work. It's not as easy as you think it is. It's not as easy. However, you got a kid. Now you finna go ahead and put all your shit online. And you got a kid. You being selfish. Putting your body out here because you too lazy to grind and put in the extra work. Put in the elbow grease. Shorty got 200-something thousand subscribers on her YouTube channel. 200-something thousand. You telling me that you can't capitalize, that you ain't making no money off of 200,000 subscribers? 200,000. Let's go take a look. I want to go take a look at something real quick. I want to see something. Let's go. Let's see something. See tacos. What's the name? And shawarma. All right. Okay, so this is her page. Let me make sure I click on here. All right. So let me bring y'all in. So Shorty has gained 8,000. I said 230-some thousand. I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Shorty has 56,000 subscribers over the course of 746 videos. All right. Let me see, how many videos does she have? She has quite a few videos. Few 100Ks, couple of 4Ks, 96K, 5K, 6K, 22K, 19K, 17, 669, 400, 500, 200, 400. So I'm seeing a difference in regards to how she was posting before and to what she tried to change it into. So she was in the thousands here. 16s, but it seems like she tried to make a pivot. She made a pivot here because she's doing reaction videos. So she's not getting as many views. This was her biggest one so far, 8,000. And then she in the 300s, 938s, 185, 323. Then bumped up to the 1.7. To be at 56,000 subscribers and to only be pulling in, Shorty, those numbers are the numbers I should be pulling in at my 1.2 thousand subscribers. That's where those should be my numbers. The 200s, the 300s, the 1K. So I understand, but she's clearly doing something wrong. Because you should be making bread by now. At 56,000 subscribers, you should be making bread right now. You should be going crazy. So at the end of the day, you need to put in the real elbow grease. You need to grind the fuck out. You don't need to go into no fucking OnlyFans. I'm sorry. No, you don't need to. And you don't need to, bro. You don't need to. You already got a platform. Continue to build the platform up, bro. There's so much money in YouTube. There's so much money, dog. There's so much money. You missing out on the bread. You missing out on the bread because you focusing on trying to go show your booty hole to somebody, bro. That's what you focus on. You want to take the easy route out, that's what a lot of y'all do. Y'all want to take the easy route out. You don't want to put no elbow grease in. You don't want to do the work. You think shit's supposed to just fall in your lap. You think things are supposed to come easy for you. And this is why when we have these conversations, when you talk about men and women, that's why it's so different between the two. We understand that you got to put in the leg, or we understand that you got to grind it out. Even when shit ain't popping off for you at the moment, you still got to keep going. You still got to keep grinding, figuring things out, finding solutions and how to improve and how to get better. That's what you got to do. But a lot of y'all ain't doing that shit. You want to take the easy route. You got a full-on platform. Nigga, let me have 56,000 subscribers. Do you understand the bag that we about to have over here? Nigga, we about to get to a bag at 1.2K. You understand me? You don't understand. You ain't hearing me. Listen. One of the things you got to understand, Alexis, if it don't apply, let it fly. If it don't apply, let it fly. If you know I'm not talking about you, don't take it and don't take it personal. I ain't talking about you. Just as if you say y'all men. If I know you ain't talking about me, if I know I don't put myself in that category of the type of men that you talking about, then I know you ain't talking about me because I don't fit that description of the men that you would be explaining. So gotta understand that when I say y'all. So I'm not talking about you in particular or other women who may not fit in this category, but I'm talking about women like this woman that I'm talking about, who operate like her, who want to quit, who don't want to put in the elbow grease, who don't want to work, who want to grind for shit. Because I see you on your grind. I see you on your grind, Alexis. I see you out there building. I see you getting I see you hustling. I see you. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we do. We hustle. Listen, I got you. I know you working. Saw you on your live stream. You know what I'm saying? You out there in between clientele. You working, you getting to your bag. As you should. I see you working. But even men and women in general. You know, men who complain about shit ain't happen, but they ain't putting in no work. Women who complain, but they ain't putting in no work. They want things to come easy for them. So men and women alike. But in regards to this topic in itself, I'm talking about her. Talking about this woman right here. Tacos and shawarma. And I think it's egregious for her to want to do an OnlyFans. I do. I just got to call it a spade a spade. I got to call it a spade a spade. She's going to have to compete. She's going to have to compete with younger women. Matter of fact, let's look at it. Then you know what? Let's go ahead and do the work. Let's do the work in real time. Google. How much does an OnlyFans model make on average? Shorty, the average OnlyFans model earns a low monthly amount, with estimates often falling between $150 to $180 per month. $150 to $180 per month. However, earnings are highly stratified as the top 1% to 10% of creators account for the vast majority of revenue. While some top earners make millions annually, most creators struggle to make a living wage from the platform, with many earning very little or even nothing at all. So let's dive a little deeper. Most creators earn little. The majority of OnlyFans creators do not earn significant income. The median earnings are often cited as $150 to $180 per month, not including tips. Top 1% earn significantly more. A small percentage of top creators do earn substantial amounts, with some making thousands or even millions of dollars annually. Revenue goes to a few hands. A small group of top creators captures a disproportionate amount of the total platform revenue, making it difficult for average creators to gain substantial earnings. Let's see, factors influencing earnings. Content and engagement. Successful creators often leverage multiple income streams, consistent content, and strong subscriber engagement to increase their earnings. So building a funnel. Earning a substantial income often requires more than just posting content. It involves creating a funnel, offers, and potentially delegating and scaling efforts. Platform growth. OnlyFans is a competitive platform with a vast number of creators, and success often requires significant effort and strategic planning to stand out. So with that information, late to the night school, we in the building. What up, Bull City? What's good with your big dog? So with that information alone, while we looking at this chick right here, you still gonna have to work. You just showing your titties. You just showing, trying to look good. That ain't gonna help. There's a lot of younger, there's a lot of more fit, in shape, better looking women that you got to compete with. Continuous posting. You're going to have to sell. You're going to have to be on top of it. You probably going to have to do more now with your OnlyFans than you did have to do with your podcast that you already created a platform for, that you already have a 56.4 subscriber count on YouTube. And you about to take a break because you want to go show something where the sun don't shine. That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Because you've been watching too much Instagram, you've been watching too much TikTok, and you see a couple of shorties out here making millions of dollars, which is a very small percentage of women. 1% to 10% of women are actually making all the bread in OnlyFans, and you think that you can compete with them. Now, let me say this. I'm going to say this. Listen, I love to be optimistic. If you can do it, I will I will come to the forefront and I will say, hey, listen, my bad. But from where we're standing here right now, October 4th, 2025, 9:58 p.m. as Arizona time, I don't see it happening. And then on top of that, you got a kid. Why would you do that? You have a kid. Cool. I don't care about you. Don't care about people judging you. I'm sorry. Your son, your child is going to have to deal with the brunt of your actions, of what you decided to do. Because you selfish. Do you understand how hard it is to create a YouTube platform? You got 56,000 subscribers. And you finna throw all that away for OnlyFans, which I ain't got nothing else to say, bro. I ain't got nothing else to say. I ain't got nothing else to say. Let me read some of these comments, bro. Sounds like a lot of work. Alexa, it is a lot of work. OnlyFans is a lot of work. And I'm not saying that from my experience. I'm just saying that because y'all heard me read it. It sounds like a lot of work. So that means you gotta, look, peep. So that means you gotta take the pictures. You gotta find the angles. Now, depending on how deep you want to go into the shit, if you just gonna show, your naked body, whatever the case may be, you gotta find the angles. You gotta, I don't know if you're gonna have somebody taking the pictures for you, or you're gonna have a tripod. I don't know what you're gonna do. You're gonna have to take pictures on the bed. You're gonna take pictures wherever you're gonna take the pictures. You gotta take the pictures. Then after you take the pictures, you gotta make sure that it's pleasing of the eyes, right? Then you gotta post the shit. Now, mind you still gotta go back and create an entire new page, a page for your OnlyFans, and then you create that page the OnlyFans page. Now you got to create other social media platforms to get people to start following you on that platform. Then take you from that platform. Then you got to send them to the OnlyFans platform, which that's going to be the hardest part to do. Because I seen some of the posts. Now, I didn't see the post like what she was showing, but I saw the post that she was posting up in regards to showing the stuff. She ain't getting a lot of hits. She ain't getting a lot of hits on them pictures. We talking 10 likes, 5 likes. If it was gonna be that easy, nigga, I should be seeing 500, 1K, 2K, 3K likes. I don't see none of it, big dog. And if you got a huge following like that, that should have been the easy transition from there all the way to over here. I don't see it. I don't see it. You went from calling her lazy to telling her how hard she's gonna have to work. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I went from calling her lazy because because that's the thing. Lazy people don't understand how hard they're gonna have to actually put in the work. She think it's gonna be easy to do OnlyFans. So what we're doing is I'm trying to let her know that she think that OnlyFans is gonna be easy. It ain't. So she gonna end up doing the same exact thing with her OnlyFans that she did with her YouTube, which is she gonna quit. That's the point that I'm making. She just gonna quit and call it a day. Now she clearly got some type of following to even consider this. No, she don't. Let's look at her Instagram. Let's check out the IG. Let me go check the IG real quick. You're right. For 75,000 followers on Instagram, she posted a video saying that she's going to her OnlyFans. She's going to her OnlyFans. Where's that video at? That she's going to be her OnlyFans. She got 478 likes. And then another one, she got 787 likes. 220 comments. And then on the other one, 165 comments for 75,000 followers. That ratio is off. So she ain't gonna be making the bread that she thinks she's gonna be making. She got to call it a spade a spade. You know what I mean? The kid thing not cool at all, though. No, at all. It's not. She should have figured that out. She should have thought about that a long time ago. Trading respectability and morals for a quick dollar. And look, this goes exactly to the topic that I was talking about earlier for my icebreaker. All money ain't good money. Sometimes if you're a person that just loves money, for the love of money is the root of all evil. This right here is what she is displaying. The love of money is the root of all evil, which means she is giving up her morality. She's selling, I don't know what the fuck she was talking about. You selling your soul for $1 bill. You about to show something that's supposed to be sacred. You about to show it online to everybody because you want to get a quick dollar. Because you see some 18-year-olds showing their butthole and you think that you can compete. Yeah, all right. But cool, but she said she don't care. So listen, you know how we like to say, if you like it, I love it. Hold on, what pepperoni comment, bro? Hold on, I ain't see it. What pepperoni comment? I ain't see it. What pepperoni comment, bro? I ain't see it. I ain't see the pepperoni comment, dog. Yeah, the pepperoni comment didn't pop up, bro. I didn't see it. I didn't see it at all. Oh my God, man. But make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for the algorithm. And look, let me know what y'all think in the comments, bro. Am I bugging out? Am I doing too much? Or or we just gonna call it a spade a spade? Should she stick with her YouTube and say fuck the OnlyFans and just really focus and dial in on her YouTube channel that she already got 56,000 subscribers already, which is a very hard thing to do, and just focus and build that up? Or should she just go ahead and do OnlyFans? What y'all think? She's going to be selling more pepperonis than Domino's pizza on the OnlyFans. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. That is a fact, bro. So a little bit, I'm gonna go ahead and pivot over to this next topic. Now we're about to start getting into the nitty-gritty of things too. But before we do it, I gotta talk a little bit about my sports. Just a little bit. Gotta hit on the sports a little bit. The Phoenix Suns and the Los Angeles Lakers had a game yesterday. I didn't get a chance to see it, so we're gonna watch the highlights in real time, and I'm gonna give my thoughts on the topic, man. But I think with that trade with Jalen Green going over there to Phoenix Suns, I'm curious to how that's gonna go when you got Devin Booker over there too. I'm curious. And then of course, Bronny James had a chance to grace the court too. So I want to see this as well. I want to see what he was able to do. I didn't go and look at the stats. I didn't check any of those things out. I'm just watching the full-on highlights in real time with y'all. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get into it. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm. All right. Let's rock out.
Allie, let's go. It's a new year, 2025, 2026, and we'll begin the preseason in the overall since that January 2023 trade. Shot 41% from three last year.
Yes, that guy, Devin Booker, I tell you, he is one of the best shooters.
Reeves again played a lot of points towards the end of last year, Mike.
Oh, yeah, he's capable of doing that. Also, he's a good playmaker.
Oh, got him in there.
He'll put the ball up.
How can anybody not pay attention to you? Well,
that's a nice pass. That's a nice pass.
My boy Usain Bolt when you were there?
Oh, it's your favorite athlete.
One of them, yeah.
Well, besides Muhammad, over the time. That one's knocked down by Collingham. Away from two Lakers.
Doesn't hesitate. Good stop and fake. That was a good strip. LeBron did the right thing, trying to take it back to the
right-hand side on its way.
But also to put himself, of course, Luka, the fourth guy. So he got us a chance to be in the mix.
LaRavia for three. That's what they got him for. Austin Reeves. Oh, good roll of the basket by Ayton. Normally he's delivering on the pick and roll.
I hate Ayton's games.
One way, then the other. The footwork.
I can't stand DeAndre
the quarter
Ayton
halfway through. Second quarter. Lakers and the Phoenix Suns. We'll see them again in a couple of weeks as RJ. Here's Bronny, yet to get aggressive tonight.
Oh, deep shot there by Smith.
Woo. You know what?
That's Steph,
the only thing that I have, again, I said I'm gonna give him 3 years. So he's still within that 3-year frame. But I'm gonna need, even though, and again, this is the first game, so I can't be too critical. I can't be too critical about it. But I hope as the season progresses that Bronny James gets more aggressive with that ball. Keep the ball in his hand, like, then fuck the passing. If you're gonna pass, attack the basket in some way and get somebody open. But you just sitting at the top of the perimeter passing. Nah, G, I need you to make some moves. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, he said Smith. You got to give credit where credit is due.
My video.
I'm telling you. I'm going to give Mike again. What a week!
You got to send the message early in those kind of matches.
Hell nah,
the first few games of the season.
Hell nah.
Good cut that time. The dive, and Bronny wasn't anywhere. Bronny hits a three. Much to the delight of the sold-out throng. 10th overall.
I recognize him.
Yeah.
About time he got in the game.
Yeah, he's in the game. Where's number 10? From South Sudan. James Koloko, Smith, and Williams on the floor.
Go get that whole bond.
Malowich, Fleming, Hayes Davis, Goodwin, and Butler at Crypto. Coming up in the final minutes. Brian will get another opportunity on Sunday. You can bet on that. 5:30 tip-off pregame show. All right, that's it.
All right, first game of the preseason. I ain't got too much to say about it just because, I mean, ain't much to really say about it. Ain't really much to say about it. It's the beginning of the season. I'm not going to sit here and go crazy and give my crazy critiques, and I'm not going to do it. Just wanted to see what it was looking like. Look like Lakers got some more shooters, which is good. I need DeAndre Ayton to become more physical. I don't know why he's not physical with his height, with his length, and his abilities. I don't know why he isn't one of the most dominant big men in the league right now. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Some gotta happen, bro. He gotta tap in, bro. He gotta lock the fuck in. Because if he don't, we gonna have an issue. We're gonna have an issue. And then on top of that, again, like I said, Bronny's still within, he's still within the contract. He's still within my contract of giving him grace to let him grow and build and become, more of himself within the NBA league. So until I just say, look, bro, I guess it'll happen when it happened. But as of right now, it ain't happening. So I'm giving him grace. Listen, go sports. Yeah, Connect looks like his parents were related before they made him. Bro, you crazy as hell, dog. Bro, your ass wild as shit. So look, let's go ahead and go over to this next topic, man. Let's talk about Diddy for a second. Let's talk about the diddler. Buddy just got sentenced. I'm not gonna say how much they gonna tell us. I don't even know, but let's talk about it. Let's dive in a little bit, because it was going wild for a minute over the summer. So now he got his sentencing time. So let's go ahead and lock in.
New York City, Sean Combs has been sentenced to more than 4 years in prison on 2 counts of prostitution. The judge handing down the sentence after the disgraced music mogul addressed the court, arguing he is a changed man.
Let's get right to KTLA's Lindsay Pena, who's been following the latest developments. Lindsay.
Yeah, Sharon, Micah Combs reportedly breaking down in court today, asking the judge for mercy and his freedom. He told the court his actions were, quote, disgusting, shameful, and sick, but the judge making it clear, even before revealing his decision, that this sentence would be substantial to send a message to victims of abuse that these types of crimes will be taken seriously.
With cameras not allowed in the federal courtroom Friday, sketches were the only glimpse of what played out inside the much-anticipated sentencing of Diddy. Combs ultimately sentenced to 4 years and 2 months in prison and a fine of $500,000. The judge saying the lengthy sentence was needed for deterrence, and he was unconvinced that if Combs is released, these crimes won't happen again. The sentence came just minutes after Combs addressed the court himself, saying, quote, "I've been humbled and broken to my core." Afterwards, attorney Gloria Allred, who represents some of the victims in the case, speaking outside the courtroom.
Many of my clients who allege they were victims of Mr. Combs were very afraid that he would get out either today or in a couple of months, and they were afraid that he would retaliate against them.
The sentencing came after an hours-long hearing. The prosecution starting the day asking the judge to sentence him to more than 11 years for the 2 prostitution-related counts he was convicted of back in July. He was acquitted of the more serious sex trafficking and racketeering charges. The defense, on the other hand, asking that Diddy be sentenced to no more than 14 months, including time served. He's been in jail since his September 2024 arrests. Prosecutors arguing that the public should be protected from Combs, who hasn't shown remorse for his actions and continues to disrespect the law. They revealed that Diddy already booked speaking engagements for next week in Miami, saying, quote, "That's the height of hubris, Your Honor." The defense countering, saying that the crimes Combs was convicted of don't warrant such a lengthy sentence. His behavior, they say, stemmed from untreated trauma and a serious drug addiction, and claim Combs is now sober for the first time in more than 2 decades.
Well, I bet nigga,
Several
they giving
of
him
Combs'
shit in
children
jail.
addressed the court, asking the judge to let him out and give their father a second chance. KTLA's Jasmine Simpkins in court for the hearing.
It got more and more emotional as each one of them got up to speak. By the time the girls began speaking, both Jesse, Delilah, and Chance They were fully in tears. And at that point, you could see Sean break down. His attorney gave him tissue. He had his head in his hands.
I don't understand.
There was also a mitigation video played highlighting his accomplishments and testimonials from those close to him. Combs asked the court for mercy and apologized to the victims and all victims of domestic violence before the judge handed down his sentence. Afterwards, saying, quote, "Mr. Combs, I know you feel you are in a dark place right now, but these crimes were serious ones. You and your family are going to get through this. There is a light at the end of the tunnel." As he left the courtroom, Combs reportedly turning to his family, saying, "I'm sorry, I love you."
Legal experts say it's typical with a federal sentence like this to expect that Combs will serve about 85% of the time. He also gets credit for time served, which means he's likely to only spend about 2 more years behind bars. That's the latest from the News Center. Lindsay Pena, KTLA 5 News. Micah and Cher.
Lindsay, thank you. A woman identified only as C.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking anyway. I already knew he was probably gonna get time served, dog. He's gonna get some time served. Yeah, they gave him the 4, but he probably gonna only serve another 2 years out that joint, and he gonna be up out of there. He gonna be out. He gonna serve the rest of it at home at the crib chilling. But on the outside of that, what do y'all think? I want to know what y'all think. Once he get out, do you think that he finna ramp up in regards to the industry? Do you think that he's done in the industry, or do you think that he's gonna pivot and go somewhere else? Or you just think he's just gonna say, you know what, I'm done, I'm out the game, I got enough money, I'm straight, I'm kicking it, I'm just playing it solo dolo, and I'm going 0 dark 30 on y'all. What y'all think? But now to answer your question, Bull City, I don't know why they do court renderings, bro. I don't know why they do the court drawing renderings. I don't know why. Maybe because some shit can get misconstrued, or I don't know. Some important documentation may be in there that they don't want nobody to get a photo of. Maybe that could be it. That could be a reason why. I don't know. Morgan Freeman is going to play Diddy in the Hollywood base. He'll probably look. Morgan Freeman will probably be the narrator. I would say that Morgan Freeman would be the narrator for sure. Diddy should probably fade to black when he gets out, or sell the movie rights to the story. Yeah, I think if anything, now look. This can be a positive for Diddy for him to get to a bag. Put out definitely while he's in jail, while the shit's still hot, put out a movie. Put out a full-on documentary. Get the best artists. Don't do no watered down shit like they did Aaliyah. Don't do that. Get some legit actors. Some really good actors. Get somebody who looks like Diddy. I'm talking about damn near to the point how they did old boy who looked like Tupac and old buddy who looked like Diddy. I mean, who looked like Biggie. Get to that point. You find some actors who can play Diddy very fucking well. I'm talking about play him very well. If you can't get nobody that look like him, you got to get somebody who can play him very fucking well. And you give them. Yeah, his kid Christian, but Christian got to be able to act, and I'm pretty sure he can. You do a situation like that, I'm talking about make it box office. You get the top artists on top of that to come into it and talk about the life of Diddy. Oh man, you know how crazy that would be. And I would do it to the point where you talk about how you give a flashback of, with him coming up, you kind of give a flashback of him coming to life, like literally his life, his entire life up to this point right now, where he at right now in his life. You start from when he was young with his kids and shit like that. Well, when he was a kid, then you go to the point where he was with Biggie and that whole fiasco. Then, when he got with the Maces and he started doing that, he started growing, building. And you literally, you throw in all the shit that you was doing in between there. The freaky shit, listen, you throw it in there. You throw it in there because people are gonna be interested. People gonna want to watch and see what was going on. They gonna want to know, hey man, that nigga was really doing that shit. They was really on top of that. Nigga, you put that in there. You get somebody to sign. You get somebody to act like Cassie. Listen, I'm sorry, bro. Listen, if you want to get to a huge bag, you got to. Like, listen, bro. Like, listen. Get somebody to act like Cassie, but don't give her. But here's the thing: don't give her full. Don't give her full visibility though. Just kind of show her from bits and pieces, but you know, talk about what was going on, but don't give her too much light because then she gonna try to come back and like, oh, I want a piece of that pie. Nope. Title pitch: The Making of a Monster. Oh, hold on, Bull City, hold on, you on to something. You think Cassie will do it? Listen, if he come with the proper proposal and say, listen, bro, this can be beneficial for both of us. I know you want more money anyway. I think if he were to do that, she probably would sign off on it. She probably would sign off on it and say, you know what, I want a piece of that pie. And get all the heavy hitters, and you throw in a lot of heavy hitters within that movie. If you don't want to disclose names, you know what I'm saying, you can make them, you can just give them random names. You can give them John Doe names. You know, if they don't want that type of visibility. And you talk about what was going on, you throw in parts where you had the freak out parties, where a certain situation was going down, where you had the little ups and downs. Man, you throw that in there. Listen, bro, that's going to be the movie of the year. That's going to be the movie of the year. You hear me? Yeah, that's true. She has proven that. She has proven she'll do anything for $1. But look, you do that, it's game. Look, it's game over. You gonna come out, you put that movie out while you in jail now. You do it while you in jail. You do it, you talk about it now. You put that shit on play. Get everything orchestrated out now. Get all the heavy hitters, all the actors that you need. You put that shit out the year before you're about to get out. So I say, well, he's probably gonna do 2 years. So I would say by next year, 2026, you put the movie out, you put the documentary out. I'm talking about market that bitch. I'm talking about you blast the marketing, you tell everybody about it, what's going to go down, because everybody like, oh, I want to watch this shit. I'm telling you, put that marketing out throughout the entire thing, while you in jail. And by the time that movie drops, that is ready to actually be played, like, take your time with it. Don't rush it. Take your time with it. Get your best producers, make it legit. And then boom. By the time that movie either comes out, by the time that it's out for premiere, or just after the movie comes out, you get out of jail. And you get out of jail and you walk into another bag. You walk into a cash cow. Yeah. I think that would be a great idea. But hey, who am I? You know what I mean? I just think you should capitalize on it. At this point, why not? This can be a redemption. This can be a redemption thing for you. For you to move on to different situations. Produced by Hype Williams. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, this can be a redemption. Look, you come right back on the scene. You've been getting to the bread while you was in jail. You getting to the bread. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, 4 years. But at the end of the day, bro, 4 years. He gonna do 2. You know, he already got time served, so he ain't gonna do the full 4. Do 2. He'll be up out of there. He'll be up out of there in no time, man. He'll be back out in these streets. You know, getting to the money. But then I don't know what he gonna do. To be honest with you, I don't know what he gonna do. We'll see. We'll see. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure y'all hit that bell notification and let me know what y'all think. So let's go over here to this. Let's go to the next topic. Listen, we got a lot of topics tonight. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, we got a lot of topics to cover. And this next topic that we going to is Kendra G. Yup. Kendra G, the wannabe Kevin Samuels of women. The watered down version. The watered down version of Kendra G. So I'm gonna do my best in this aspect because this video is a little longer. So I'm gonna do my best to let it play through for the most part, so that way we can get the context. But in between times, I'm gonna give my thoughts and opinions too, because we gonna talk about it. All right, we gonna get to it. So let's go ahead and rock out. Uh-oh. There we go.
Consider myself, I have data. Like, I have relationship data. When you have that much conversation plus life experience, not on a dating app. So any information I give is things I can back up with receipts because I have the information to go with it. So it's been a crazy journey. You know, my radio career was extremely successful. I interviewed everyone you could think of: Michelle Obama, Barack Obama. I mean, everyone you could literally think of. And I remember I had like 100K followers on Instagram. Started talking to single people. Now we had 1 million. So I guess y'all don't really care about celebrities like that. Y'all want to find love.
So do you think people go on your show to go viral or to find love?
Two things. I do think we have clout chasers, that people that want to use the moment and they want to take advantage of it. So that absolutely happens. But then I do think there's a large portion that wants to find love. And what happened as my show grew, it kind of grew bigger than even I imagine, to a certain degree. So now there's like reaction channels. So now some people on the social media show, sometimes they might be a little afraid because they know they might be somebody's reaction channel and them breaking them down. So that's why the dope thing about the Kendra G Singles dating app, we now have the live show on the app as well. And those videos stay within the app. So you can say, okay, I want my video also on YouTube. Well, I only want it on the app. And the people on the app, they can watch you and they can get to meet you when you're already on the app. So we have a safe space on the Kendra G Singles dating app.
How have social media changed dating compared to when we had to meet in person?
Oh my God, let me tell you something. Stop talking about your grandma's times. Really stop talking about 10 years ago.
Right.
It's over. It's a new playing book. Social media changed the game forever, okay? And I argue with my guy friends all the time about who's the prize, because I still believe the woman is the prize. And
oh shit. I gotta ask the question. I'm pretty sure I know what the answer gonna be. I'm pretty sure I know. I know what the answer gonna be from certain people, and I know what the answer gonna be from other people. So I'm gonna ask the question. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the chat, I gotta ask the question. Who do you think is the prize? Men or women? Who do you think is the prize? Men or women? Let me know. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Oh God.
I still believe the woman is the prize, but a lot of women are chasing men. So if you're chasing the guy, then that guy is the prize. So what happened with social media, the biggest thing is access. Before, in person, you settle down with the best option in your face.
Right.
Now you have an Instagram page, right? And then also women have been able to increase their pretty. Like, let's break this down. You know, women
increase their what?
I'm wig down, makeup down. I ain't wake up like this. I still wake up pretty, but I'm not a fool. I know this does increase my pretty, right? Now my body real, okay? Got it from my mama. But women are now buying bodies and they're like, you know, you got a stomach, get rid of it. You ain't got no ass, go buy it. So now there's a large portion of men you never had access to because you didn't fit their pretty meter, right?
Yeah.
Now you're on their pretty meter. But what's happening is this is where the situationships come in, because it gives you a chance to have a situationship with this exciting guy who's probably attractive, has money. Something about him made you break your rule, that your standard, right? And now he's the standard of what you look for in a husband, but he was never even your boyfriend. And he's probably never gonna lock you in. But because you have that experience, like he flew you out one time, now every guy that wants you, they gotta fly you out. And it's like, but the guy that was a weekend, that wasn't a lifetime deal. So women's moments with men have changed, and they want this guy that a lot of women want to settle down with them and only them, and they're having challenges. And now going back to what I said about the prize, now the guy feels like he the prize because back in the day, like the side chick wasn't as sensational as the wife, right? It was always like you kind of lower.
So I agree with you. I agree with you, Bull City. I do believe that the men that put in the work, right? Because it's not all men. The men that put in the work, the men who are out here getting to it, the men who aren't scumbags, the men that are actually holding themselves to a high standard, the men who are continuously building and growing and elevating themselves and leveling themselves up are what we would call the prize. And why would we call them the prize? Because these are the type of men that women look for. These are the type of men that women want. Not all, but in general. A lot of these women want these type of men. That's the creme de la creme of men that you will want, that a lot of women will want, right? That they're checking for. That's what we hear all the time. We just saw a video. We just did shout out to Banter and Barter. You know what I'm saying? We go live every Tuesdays with the panel. But we just had a conversation about this a couple of weeks ago. Well, actually, no, it was last week on Tuesday's panel, where this woman left her 17-year marriage because she was unhappy. She left her 17-year marriage because she was unhappy. Not because of anything else, because of her happiness, something that is fleeting. And she said that he was a good man. So no, and then with the way that a lot of these women are operating today, they think that things fall in their lap without them putting in the work. They think that they deserve a certain type of men just because that they are women. And that's not the case. Now, there are some women who put in the work who you could arguably say, yeah, bro, she the one. She them one of ones right there. Like that's I gotta get her. That's one of the ones. So if you look at it from that standpoint, when you look at it from what is the small percentage of men, you know, that a lot of women want versus the small percentage of women, I think there are more small. I think there are more women. I think there are more good women out here that you can pick from than there are top sensational men. There are less for top sensational men, the creme de la creme of men. There's a small percentage of them, but I do think that percentage is higher for those women that are good women who gonna rock with you and who gonna look out for you and who gonna build with you. I think it's more of them. I think that demand is a lot lower than it is for the man that is the creme de la creme. That demand is high and that supply is low for those type of men. But for those women, the supply is high and the demand is also high. But the supply is so you can pick and choose. You can You can almost, not always, almost close your eyes and go like this. Almost. Because some of these women are scumbags too. So you gotta call the spade a spade.
Or now, I don't want to call women side chicks, but there's sensational women that are tolerating bullshit. Yeah. And when you have sensational women who are very attractive, have careers, well-spoken, when they have started tolerating and lowering their standards, these men know, like, well, if you don't get with my program, I'll find another woman that does.
Mm-hmm. So I'm writing an essay on cats in art history. I'm an art history major.
But here's what I need Kendra G to stop doing too, though. It ain't about your career, ladies. It's not. It's really not. Let's keep it a buck. It ain't about your career. If you make more money than the guy, cool. Hey, if you make more money than him, cool. It is what it is. That don't mean that he's just gonna be stuck and he's gonna be left there. He's focusing on building too. He wants to build. He wants to grow. But see, how y'all look at it is when y'all get to this certain level in life, you start to make a certain amount of money. Then you think that, well, he need to be making this amount or higher. Cool, because you're hypergamous, understood. But the thing is, the reason why a lot of men don't care is because when we are in that position, we look at it as, oh shit, that's extra income for the most part. Now we can take that money, you can give it to me, and I can flip that shit, put that shit into a brokerage account, and we can grow these funds. But that's more money for us, so that way we can build and grow together. It's not like I'm just gonna take this money and all of a sudden I'm just gonna blow it. Nah, fam, this is extra income for us, so that way we can get further ahead in life. Y'all don't look at it like that. Y'all too worried about, oh, I make $80,000 because he gonna be insecure. These niggas ain't insecure. Most niggas gonna look at it like, well, shit, if you make 100,000 and I make 80K, listen, we can put this money together and I can pay X, Y, and Z. And that money that you got, because we don't need, you may make $100,000, but we don't have to live. We don't have to live and keep up with the Joneses. We can live below our means, and we can really load this bread up and really stack this shit all the way to fuck up to the point where now all bills are paid. We living life good. Then we can go and get the things that we actually want and really enjoy fucking life. But y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want to do that. Y'all don't like building no more, man. Y'all don't. Y'all too focused on y'all. Y'all too worried about your fucking career. Fuck your career, dog. So what? Great. Phenomenal. You did a great job. You went to college. You got your master's degree. Now you working in whatever career field you working in. You making good money. You living life. You going to Sunday brunches with your girls. Y'all drinking mimosas. Y'all getting drunk and shit. Going home watching hip hop girls. You know what I'm saying? Loving hip hop. Having the time of your life. You wake up, you going to your job, you feeling great. That's phenomenal. That's great. Do your thing, shorty. But understand, so what are you building? You can have fun all the time. You got a lot of time to have fun. You got wives that do that shit all the time. Nigga, you got wine. Nigga, you got winos. You got women that are married women with children. They pick specific times to go do wino times. They got winos with them and the girls. They get their wine, they get their drinks. They sit all up, huddled up together with blankets and shit, and watching. They watching either their favorite shows or favorite movie or whatever, but they having the girls' night and they kicking it and enjoying themselves. Ain't nothing. What are you missing? What are you missing? You could be building right now. You can be building, because what y'all don't know, statistics show that when you're married, you tend to be 3 times more successful than the person that's single. Come on, man. Bull City. In a few rare cases, some men bat above the average. I agree. Perfect example of a rare case, Stedman. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Not about career, it's about how much we can tolerate you, how little drama you bring, and does your food make me sleepy? Yes. Last thing, are you stingy with the sex? Yep. You feel me? Them damn brunch bandits, man, all of them just be in there, big back and all, big back in it. All the big backs just sitting in that bitch. Mimosas, loud, twerking, breaking chairs, screaming, hollering, about to fight, stumbling over the place, just all ratchet looking. Nah, man. Now, the real kicker is that when you making bread, your family straight, you making bread, you able to go have fun with your girls, you ain't got to worry about it. Family's good. You living life. You enjoying life. You building. You got, and look, if you want to work, it's an option for you. You decide that you want to work. Bet you making your money. He making money. Bills are paid. You got a nice home. You got a nice career. He got a nice career. You got a dope family. Come on, man. Y'all be fucking. Y'all make life so hard for yourself.
Because y'all got access to too many women. Like,
yeah, but men always had access to too many women.
Not like they do now.
No, you lying to me.
I feel like social media, because of the DMs and because of the comment section, but I kind of want to bring
just because you can shoot the DM don't mean you getting them, bro.
At 2 a.m. That man shouldn't know what your vagina feels like, looks like, tastes like, none of that. Because what's happening is I hate all these categories. High value. No, I don't care if you got $1 million in the bank And if I need you and you don't show up, you are no value. The person that has value is a person that shows up for you when you really need them.
Exactly.
And right now, y'all just looking for weekend fun times, pop bottles in the club. Who's going to show up for you when your mother dies?
Yeah.
Who's going to show up for you when your father is not breathing?
Yeah.
Who's going to show up for you when you lose your job and now you need some extra money to keep you going? That's the high value man.
Sure.
Not the man that is 6 feet, not the man that looks good, not the man with $1 million in the bank. High value is the man that's going to show up for you.
So
period.
Do you have an idea type of man you like?
You know, I would say, I think because I come from entertainment, right? So I always say this, like very early on, I did all the things you're supposed to do. I went to college, met an amazing man, electrical engineer. We got engaged. What I loved about my engagement, we were both very serious. Like if we do this, divorce is not an option. And I encourage every person to make that deal because what it does is it causes you to take marriage seriously. Because if you take marriage off the table, like no matter what, between me, it's like me and you or Jesus. That's it. So what I've learned in that relationship, we had the love, but our life plans were different. And one of us would have to give up their ambition in order for the unit to work. And normally it's the woman, right? Normally the woman just kind of goes along with the guy's plan. And then sometimes roles reverse, you know, within it. In my case, I was so ambitious, but I also had a very unpromising career. I was a radio personality making $7 an hour with big California dreams.
Oh, wow.
And my ex-fiance had the legitimate job. He was an electrical engineer. You know, I'm going to move up in the company.
Yeah.
It's the sure bet, but I could not make that sure bet. I had to go out and become who I needed to become.
And this is, and again, you proving the point. You proving the point. Y'all be leaving the fucking marriage for what? Y'all talk about men's egos. Nigga, it's y'all. Y'all got the egos. Y'all have the ego. Y'all really do have an ego. This man is an electrical engineer. He is one of the top. He is sitting in the top 20% of men. These niggas, man, listen, let me go look at this real quick, bro. Let's look at this. That's true. He didn't marry her. That's right. That's right. He didn't marry her. Let's see. Electrical engineer. Average salary. These niggas on average make $111,000. $111,000 a year on average. So you send between the 25 percentile and the 75th percentile. So 77,000 is the lowest that you're gonna make. Out here in Arizona, the average annual salary for an electrical engineer is $103,000 a year. $103,000 a year. Because you so ambitious off $7 an hour, you couldn't suck it up for one moment. Let shit build. Listen, and I'm pretty sure he was probably like, you know what? If you want to do the radio personality, cool. Let's figure out how you can do it while still, while I work, I pay the bills, do everything we need to do, and you can work on that on the side while you take care of business at home. But because your ego is so big, you feel as if you got that Aisha Curry effect. You think that you need to be in the forefront, making shit happen and making moves, that you just sacrifice your opportunity at a phenomenal fucking marriage. A good man. You fumbled a nigga, man. You fumbled a good dude. Because you want to change, because I'm so ambitious. I don't want to lose myself. I don't want to be that person. Bro, y'all stupid, man. I don't care. And this is where that conversation comes in. For the love of money is the root of all evil, bro. You put in the bag before the purpose. You putting your bag before your purpose. Now you've gotten older. You ain't as attractive. You done put on a little weight. Yeah, cool. Your money. Then you done got some money. You done got some visibility. Cool. But who checking for you, Kendra G? And look, I'm not finna listen. If you see this video, I really don't give a fuck. Cause to be honest with you, I don't care about the whole aspect. Oh wait, you ain't got no money, you can't talk. Nigga, bitch, you don't know what kind of money I got. That's the fun part. Because I'm not the one to lead with money. Whether I got it, whether I don't, you don't know what I got. But I know what I do know. I got experience, shorty. I got experience. I've been out here in these streets. I see y'all type all the time. See your type all the time. Ain't nobody checking for you. If somebody's really checking for you, if they was really, I'm talking about really on your shit, you would be with them. But guess what? The ones that's out here checking for you, you don't want them. You don't want them. The ones that you actually want, they ain't checking for you. So yeah, we gonna continue to keep clipping you up, calling you out on your bullshit, calling Dr. Cheyenne Bryan out on her bullshit, calling Aisha Curry out on her bullshit, even though she's still married, but hey, she still be on some bullshit. Shout out to Stephen Curry. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to what's her name? What's old girl name? Shit, what's her name? Who 43 now and still ain't found a dude yet? Still ain't found a dude yet? Kelly something? Black chick? I forgot her name. The one who was singing that Pretty Girl song, I forgot the name of it. But yeah, she 43. Then you got chicks like Maya. Then you got who else out here? Who else out here struggling? What the fuck is her name? Then you got the Tracy Ellis Ross is out here. Yeah. And then y'all out here calling yourselves coaches and trying to tell women what they should be doing. Y'all don't sit the fuck down. No, not Kelly Rowland. It's the other one. It's not Kelly Rowland. It's what is her goddamn name? Let me see. Pretty Girl song. No, that ain't it. What's her name? Kelly. Carrie Hilson. That's her name. Carrie Hilson. Yeah. Carrie Hilson. 43 years old. She still ain't, as pretty as she is, she still ain't found nobody. How, Sway? What's up, DSM? What's up, my guy? How, Sway? How you like this and you ain't find no dude yet? Why is it that why these men ain't checking for you, huh? But y'all think that men be out here just be talking to y'all and just think men just out here bashing y'all. No, we telling y'all how stupid y'all sound, how stupid y'all look out here in these streets. But you got motherfuckers talking about they got doctorate degrees. Look, I understand what it's like to have a high value, low value man. Listen, bro, half of y'all bitches can't even get a high value man. And a lot of y'all bitches lead these high functioning men, as y'all like to call it. Because y'all got a fucking ego. That's the problem. Y'all are the ones with the ego. That's why men don't really have an issue when they date down. Nah, nobody's saying that you need to be a multimillionaire, you need to go pick some shorty that's off the street. That's not what they talk about when they date down. But when you a multimillionaire, but a man doesn't, it don't matter if a man is dating a chick that's, let's just say she's an RN. She may be making $60,000 a year, but you making 100 some K a year. Not 100 some K, I'm sorry. You making a few meals a year. And she only making 60K. That's cool. He ain't tripping on that. You got your own thing going. You got your own life going. You taking care of your business as you should. As an adult, you taking care of your responsibilities. You single. You ain't got no kids. You ain't out here on no fuck shit. So yeah, I'm gonna fuck with you. And I'm gonna show you a life, and I'm gonna bring you to this new experience of life that you haven't experienced yet. Now, you can choose to work if that's what you love to do, but however, you got the option to not work. I'll give you that option. But y'all chicks ain't out here trying to build, man. Y'all playing. Y'all playing.
And I won. Like everything I wanted to do, I did. So along my dating process, I met a lot of great guys, but no one that I would sign my life over to. You know, and then one time there was a moment I was in Chicago and I asked God, I was like, God, why you keep sending me right now men? And he said, because you a right now girl.
Dang.
Like if a guy came to you, no, this is real talk.
Yeah.
I live in California now. But my radio career took me from Philly, Atlanta, Cali 1 year, back to Chicago, a big portion in Chicago. But I always knew I was going to end up in Chicago. California. So if a great guy came up to me in Chicago, was like, I think you're dope, let's get married and have a family, I would have said no, because I knew this wasn't my final stop. So guys, like, I can't send you a permanent guy because you're not in your permanent spot. So enjoy the moments, have fun. And this is why you're not meeting that long time forever person, because you're not here for a long time. You're here for a short time.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Powerful. Very powerful. Do you feel like you're in that position now, or that spot now where you need to be to meet your forever person?
I think, I met my favorite person because I wake up with her for every single day. I'm my forever person.
Oh,
like
wow.
Everyone is always looking for the one.
Fucking God, man. Stupid ass phrases that these girls be saying. Stupid ass phrase. I found my person because I wake up with her every single day, and that person is me. The more and more I hear shit like this, the more and more I understand. The more and more I understand why a lot of these red pill dudes talk the way that they talk. I try to be fair. I do. I try to be fair. Listen, man. If a shorty say something, if she say some profound shit, I'ma call it. I'm gonna say, hey man, you just said some dope shit, bro. You just said some fire. I agree with you. Cool. But a lot of y'all women be saying some crazy ass shit. Y'all be saying some wild shit. I found my person. I wake up with her every day, and that person is me. That wasn't the question in the first place. They were talking about you finding the man. So what that sounds like to me is sign language, because you can't find that man. Them niggas ain't checking for you. That's what it sounds like to me. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what it sounds like to me. Because let's flip the script for a second here. If I'm a person and I'm a man, and I say, listen, man, I ain't focusing on none of these women. I'm just focusing on work. I'm just grinding, I'm building. 9 times out of 10, because men typically are the ones to approach. We're typically the ones to approach women. We're typically the ones to take action on these women. We are the ones that do it. So when we say, look, man, I ain't fucking, man, fuck all these hoes. I'm tripping. I'm not focused on that. I'm just focused on the gym, work, grinding, building myself up. I ain't fucking on none of these hoes. They're going to be here they're going to be here after the 6 months. I'm going 0 dark 30. They'll be here when I get back. They'll be here. They ain't going away. Sounds legit, right? We can understand that because typically we are the ones to approach. Understood, right? But when I hear a woman say some shit like that, and they start to go into this deep dive shit of, well, I'm not focusing on men right now. What I'm focused on me right now. And then I'm beginning to love myself, and I love myself. And I just really want to be in tune with me. I want to wake up to me. I'm my person. What? What are you talking about? I get it. Cool. You working on yourself. I understand that. You should become the best version of yourself. So let me ask you a question. Do you want to be in a relationship, or do you not want to be in a relationship? I'm just trying to figure something out here. Do you want to be, or do you not want to be? Well, I mean, I'm not saying that I don't want to be, but I mean, I'm not finna go out here. I'm just finna go looking for it. You understand me? You know, if God decides, and that's when you know they just talking out the side of their neck. When anytime they bring up God in the situation, and mind you, don't nobody listen, don't play by my God. Don't do that. You feel me? But when they start to say, well, when God, God gonna bring the right man, that's for me. I know God gonna bring her for you. How are you gonna bring her forth when you ain't putting in the effort to get how? You ain't putting forth the effort to receive this type of man. How in the hell you expect to get him? Make it make sense to me. How? When you so focused on you, when you're your favorite person, when you can't put your ego to the side and be a woman. You so in your masculine energy, you don't even know how to be feminine no more. That shit crazy.
Get a mirror. You are the one. You're the only guaranteed person that you have in this lifetime. Everybody else is just a supporting cast to your monologue.
Just saying, bro,
movie.
this shit
Whether
crazy,
you're
dog.
spending this time together or whether, and y'all break up or, the good Lord takes them home. Everybody in your life is for a moment, maybe a season, a lifetime, a few years. So the one is a myth. You are the one. So I'm never looking for the forever one because I'm the one. Now, is there a person?
See what I'm saying? That's the kind of, what are you talking about? Because I'm the one. Nigga, we know you will live with yourself, but don't you want to spend the rest of your life with someone? See, you already have it. She just threw this bullshit positivity, but it's actually negative. Because what you're saying is this. Yeah, I know I'm gonna be here all day. I'm gonna be here for me, but I can't depend on nobody else because everybody's not here because everybody's here for a season. I know people in my life right now who have been in my life since I was a fucking kid. To this day. As that Deontay Wilder. To this day. You feel me? They've been in my life to this day. You got some trauma you need to heal. Shout out to Ashley. This is the person that she probably need to go get some training. She probably need to go get some training. You know what that training is, that therapy session. She need to go get some of that therapy. She need therapy. She need therapy. She need therapy. She needs something because she traumatized by something because she keep thinking everybody is for a season. And I think that's probably a coping mechanism because everybody that she probably encounters leaves her. And it's probably the men because they probably just only want to bust her down. They don't want to take her serious. And so they leave her. That's what it sounds like to me. Listen, man, I could be 100% wrong about everything that I just said, which I doubt I am. But I'm open enough to believe that I could be wrong. I could be. I could 100% be wrong. 1,000%.
Can spend more time with? Of course. Let's see how with a dating app. Of course I'm dating.
Well, speaking of,
that 1 times 0 equals 1 herself.
Yes.
You
Okay,
feel
so
me, bro? Like, I don't
dating app,
understand
CCJE
it.
Singles, which
How
I'm
she
so
doing that?
proud of because we grew from an Instagram live show to Facebook to YouTube. But, I speak about this often, and I feel like I want all people to have the audacity of a white man. And I say that because, see, white men get the privilege to say, I'm going to be the president. I'm going to be a billionaire, and no one chuckles. Like, no, you as a black person, and I always try to tell black people, we really got the sauce. Because if we say it's hot,
you ain't lying, because the CourtneeEdgarShow, we gonna do some big numbers, nigga. We gonna be reaching these million views. We gonna reach these million subscribers. Don't worry. We gonna get there. Don't worry.
point blank, period. So I loved that Instagram launched my show, but I want to be Instagram. Like, I love that I have a show on YouTube, but that's not my style. I'd rather be YouTube. So we released the Kendra G Singles dating app. And we recently released the live feature. So now we go live on the app, and it's the first ever dating app with the live streaming service that you can actually meet everybody in the app. And since
they got it. You got it. Listen, man, I'm never gonna hate on your success, man. Look, shout out to you, Kendra G, and your success in regards to what you're doing. You're making your money. You had to be selfish in order to get to where you are today, and now you got to pay for it because you can't find the man that you want. So I'm just saying, but hey, you getting your money though. You made your bread. You are happy within yourself. You found the thing that you wanted to do, and you were able to do it. Now you're successful. In that right. Cool. You like it, I love it. If you like it, I love it. But let me know what y'all think in the comments. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure you hit that bell notification. Nope, not me. She got it, bro. She got it. She got it. I'm not even gonna play that game. Not even gonna play it. Let me read some of these comments real quick. By her logic, you just manifested white man audacity. It's a BS mindset. That's what I'm saying. Why I got it? That's what I'm saying. Why you gotta even bring the white man in there? Nigga, just have a mindset. Just think big. Listen. Can I give a word of inspiration to everybody? Can I give a word of inspiration to everybody? For the people who listen to right now and for the people who gonna hear this shit later on. I gotta say it. Your dreams should be so fucking big to the point that it seems impossible. Your dreams should be so fucking big to the point that it may seem impossible to reach. And you know how that's huge. That means you have to think outside the box. That means you gotta think big. Just how I told you that Courtney Edgar Show is gonna be at 1 million views. We're gonna have over 1 million subscribers. Nigga, that's most people couldn't even think like that. But I know it's possible. And I know it's gonna happen. Because I'm gonna continue to keep showing up. I'm gonna continue to keep building. I'm gonna continue to keep having people that's gonna rock with me. Even the people that don't rock with me, even the people that disagree with everything that I fucking say. But because of who I am, they still gonna rock with me. Like, look, Courtney, man, look, I disagree with everything you say, but bro, I fucks with you. Because you stand on what you say. Think big. Fuck talking about what the white man thinking about. Just think big. Think outside that small box that you have. The world is bigger than you think. The opportunities are endless out here. The money is endless. I know a lot of people talk about what's saturated, what's not. Nigga, these reaction videos are saturated. There are a lot of people doing it. But however, a lot of people aren't successful doing the shit either. Why aren't they successful? Because they quit. Just like the fucking video with old girl with the tacos and shawarma. She want to quit and go do OnlyFans instead of sticking to what she got. They don't want to have to go through the ringer. They don't want to have to put no elbow grease into it. You only fail when you quit. You only fail when you quit. When you decide to say, nah, I'm done. I'm not going to do this shit no more. That's when you failed. But if you continue to keep working on your business, shout out to Myron Golden. If you continue to keep working on your business, you either doing one of the two things. You either working on your business or your business is working on you. It's one of the two things. It's one of the two fucking things that's happening. You either working on your business or your business is working on you. So what do I mean by that? So you working on your business, right? You got your business going on. So I can use the YouTube platform as an example. So I can be working on my business like I'm doing right now. I'm working on the business on the back end. I'm thinking about things that I got going on, the people I can reach out to help me get more visibility. Hey, I'm even strategically planning the time where I might have somebody actually do a reaction video to my shit just to give me more visibility. And I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I should do that or not. I'm thinking about it though. Just to get more visibility, just to be a little bit more strategic about it. Right? Or if that's not the case, the business could be working on me. Could be helping me to prepare to be a better person, or some things that I may be having coming up in the future that I don't know that I'm gonna have to deal with. Mind you, I got banter and barter, so I got a group of people that's working with me on the banter and barter. So my success is going to depend on their success. So as this platform continues to grow, as we continue to build, as we continue to get more money, guess what? That money going to go to them too. And then because of my name and because of the brand that I'm building and because of my platform and what it's going to grow to be, that then is going to lead to them going over there to the banter and barter, and we're going to run them numbers up over there too. Ain't got shit to do with no white man. Ain't got shit to do with nobody else. That's just me thinking big. That's just me dreaming big, thinking outside the box. And I'm pretty sure I got even more shit that's gonna come. That's gonna come in my head. I got a lot of shit that I'm thinking about doing, but I know that it takes time. It's gonna take. I gotta focus on one thing. Let the main thing be the main thing first. That means Courtney Edgar Show. We building this shit up. We growing this shit. We getting to 1 million views, 1 million subscribers. We know we got a long way to go, but guess what? We gonna keep on fucking turning that fucking wheel. Turning that bitch. As we working on the business working on me. We turning that bitch. We turning that bitch. We turning that bitch until it get there. We gonna keep going. We gonna keep going. We gonna keep going. We gonna keep going. People gonna hate. It is what it is. Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. People gonna say some outlandish shit. Guess what? Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. The bag gonna keep going up. Keep going up. Keep going up. What we talking about? When by her logic, you just manifested white man. Yeah, I read that one. And an abundance mindset has no race. There is only one color that matters: green. Facts. Do it. It's not what you know, but who you know. Reach out to your big brother. Facts. Definitely will. Definitely will. I think I'm gonna reach out to AD too. Might reach out to or somebody in the bad shit. Like, look, whether you agree with me, disagree with me, I need you to do a reaction video. Why not? Why not? Let's get this visibility. You feel me? But yeah. I need us to stop doing that. We got to think bigger, man. We got to think bigger. So let's go ahead and move over to this next topic. Myron Gaines, you know, he's been out here doing work too. He's been going to these colleges like Charlie Kirk has, have these discussions, not necessarily on the topics of what Charlie Kirk was talking about, more so on, do women deserve less in regards to his book that he wrote. Do women deserve less? And I know that's a very triggering topic. That's a very triggering title. However, I understand it. I get it. Because it's gonna get people like, what? What you mean they deserve less? But once you understand what he actually means by that, then and only then you can be like, all right, I get it. Because there's context behind why he says that. So yeah. So let's go ahead and rock out. Let's get into it.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm a woman here arguing feminism, but that's just because that's what I'm passionate.
They got a profile, bro. Why? Listen, if it was a white woman, I'll do the same thing. So I want the power to the black people. I need y'all to pipe down. They all got to look. That's all I'm gonna say.
About. And I just think that. Do you think like equality is the way to improve America?
Equality is the way to build America? No.
Why not?
Because when you go ahead and you prioritize equality, you put people in positions that they don't necessarily deserve because you want to be equal.
But before you just said that like it's good to share ideas with everybody and that's how we improve America.
Yeah, but the ability to share your ideas is contingent upon your competency. So in other words, not everyone's ideology or everyone's opinion matters. And I think that's actually a big issue where we sit here and we take opinions of people that quite frankly aren't qualified or, competent enough to give their ideas.
Well, I think everybody is entitled to their opinion.
Even retards?
You shouldn't use that word unless they're medically deficient.
Easy. Who's easy, bro?
Yeah, it's inoffensive.
Yeah, I can reach out to Fatty too.
You'll laugh at me, but that's okay.
Well, this is exactly why women should be in positions of power, because she's already offended off of a word.
I'm not offended.
You're like, we should use that word.
It's just not a good word.
It's words.
No, it is a word, yes, but words have meaning.
I'm sorry, let me
go
back.
Yeah, it's an offensive word, and I guess entitled to their opinion.
Even retards?
You shouldn't use that word unless they're medically deficient and yeah, it's an offensive word, and I guess you'll laugh at me, but that's okay.
Well, this is exactly why women should be in positions of power, because she's already offended off of a word.
I'm not offended.
You're like, we should use that word.
It's just not a good word.
It's words.
No, it is a word, yes, but words have meaning. They have a lot of
words
meaning.
Are words. What is it? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I think that's very powerful. We need to get back to using that.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, like, you know, if you get offended off words, then holy shit, like we can't even have a real conversation if words are what is. But it's fine. We can entertain it here.
Thank you. I'm sorry, y'all. I know I talk a lot for the people who be in my comments. Oh man, this nigga talk a lot. That's the point of this shit. But I'm let it play. But I just gotta say this. Again, shout out to my girl Ashley. So we were having a conversation on Banter and Barter. Make sure y'all go follow that channel as well. We were having a conversation. In the conversation, we were talking about communication between men and women and why the conversation never, it always derails because women to say their point, but then when men try to communicate with them on certain things, one wrong word can derail the entire conversation. And one of those words was when I was letting her know, I was saying, well, you can do this, that, and the third, boom, 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 boom. And then I said training. And they were like, training? I don't like that word. You should use another one. Like, what are you talking about? We have to train you up. What do you mean train? Train is used universally. When they talk about sports, when you talk about education, training is training. Why is it such a trigger when we're talking about dating and relationship? Well, I got to train you up a little bit. Well, I just don't like it because it's not, you got to use another word. Why? Because I'm communicating to you. I'm not communicating to you in an aggressive tone. I'm talking to you calm. We having a conversation. I'm talking to you normal. I'm not, you can tell I don't mean it in an offense. That's just what I said. It's not me trying to make you feel less than. I'm just having a conversation with you. We're having a conversation. Now this entire conversation has derailed a little bit simply because of a word. You had to insert and interrupt me talking about what we're talking about because of a word that triggered you. When I sat here and I was quiet while you vented and you gave your complaints and your thoughts about whatever it was, but then when I gave my thoughts and opinions, but I said a certain word, all of a sudden you get triggered by it. You interrupted me to tell me that I don't need to say that word because you got triggered by it. Come on, dog. Come on, man.
But yeah, I mean, look, everyone can be entitled to their opinion, but that does not necessarily mean that you deserve for your opinion to be heard.
Okay. Sure. Whatever. I just think that you coming up here is why men are.
Yeah, there's a direct correlation to the lack of sexuality desire by the high level of feminism that is spread.
It's America. First Amendment.
Yeah, but then you just said other people don't have right to opinions.
Yeah. No, again, everyone has freedom of speech, but not all speech matters.
That's not true. All speech matters.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Your speech mattering is contingent upon your competency and your ideas and you actually not being a retard and you being intelligent, being able to convey your ideas in a certain way. Like there's a reason why people listen to certain people because they're like, okay, this guy has, good tonality. He's able to speak. He's able to convey himself. No one wants to listen to a bumbling idiot stutter all day like Peter Thiel.
Okay.
The woman will not get
that's
offended.
true. I do agree with that. People have to know how to form their words to get to people who they want to reach.
That's a fact.
Absolutely.
And I do agree with that. But I think the fact that what you're spreading, you're the reason why men are the way they are today and why it's so hateful still towards women. That's why feminism exists, because we're tired of being hit. We're tired of being at the lower bottom of the food chain. And if for you, for some reason, that's like a problem because obviously you would think we shouldn't have the same rights. You think we shouldn't be equal.
Yeah, I think we need to go back to being second class citizens. We're going to be honest. I don't think you should have the right to vote either because you guys tend to put idiots in office.
Idiots in office?
You guys do realize that if we had to rely on the female vote, Kamala Harris would be president of the United States right now. Do you guys understand that? Like we'd be fucking cooked. And that's what happens when you let women get into positions of power.
Well, when men are positioned of power, they cause wars.
Actually, they've done a study on this and it's women are more likely to cause wars when in a position of power.
But how many wars have been started by men?
Well, men obviously have been the leaders of the majority of the time,
Okay.
but when women are in positions of power, they're more likely to start wars. Actually,
That doesn't even make sense. How you don't
Yes.
you're not even on the basis to prove that because you guys haven't allowed women to be in positions of power.
I'm
until
saying
very
when
recently.
they have been in positions of power, they're more likely to create wars.
That
And
doesn't
you know what the
make
other
sense.
part is too? That's funny. Women actually prefer to be under male authority. Like when they polled women, would you rather work for a man or a woman? Most women actually prefer to work for men versus working for women because the problem with women is that when you guys have your little circles and everything else like that, like you guys have like this weird beef and stuff like that where you guys don't really convey your ideologies to each other. It's like, oh, I don't like her because she's pretty, so like you guys lie to each other all the time. For example, girls will go out, like let's say you guys are going to go to the club, right? and like there's one fat girl in the group and she's wearing a dress and she looks like shit. You guys will sit there and be like, oh, like put on this dress because it'll look better. When in reality,
fam, hold on, y'all. So this is a great conversation. I know a lot of y'all women, y'all suck as friends. And y'all be lying to each other and y'all make yourselves look so fucking bad. So I went to this spot. I went, me and a good friend of mine. We went to this spot last night, actually. Really good, because it's hard to find good soul food out here in Arizona. I ain't gonna hold you. Unless you got to go to a certain area, you got to go somewhere that's a little closer to the hood area. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily the hood, but you can tell the difference between certain areas, right? So we went over there to this spot, and mind you, it's a predominantly black spot. We sitting down waiting for our food. We kicking it, shooting the shit, and we see this lady. I'm gonna give you a profile. Shorty was about 5. I'll say Shorty was about 5'6". 200. I give about 240. About 240 pounds. Heels. And a tight ass disco ball dress. I guess you could say a short dress. So the dress came up to her mid thigh. Mind you, she 5'6", 240 pounds. And no, she ain't slim in the way. She ain't slim in the belly with a thick, but no. Shorty was a oompa loompa. And on top of that, to add salt to injury, nigga, she had big breasts too, and her shit was out there. Right? Showing everything. Like, nigga, one wrong move, nigga, her shit was popping out. You feel me? And it was her birthday. So me and my friend, we was like, hey, who let her out the house? She got some terrible fucking friends. And it's not the fact that we were trying to bully or just trying to joke, but it's so sad that a lot of women don't care enough for their friends to tell them, hey, no, bitch, you not finna wear that. That don't fit your body. Let's find you something else to wear. That's not it. Y'all can't even have an honest conversation with each other. Men, on the other hand, we know what it is. If a dude come out with some shit that we know that ain't working for him, hey, dog, I'm gonna need you to go find a new shirt. That shirt way too tight, bro. Nigga, you too fat to be wearing that small ass shirt. Go find another shirt. Or big dog, you too fucking big to be wearing them tight ass jeans. You ain't got no more jeans, bro. You ain't got, come on, hey man. That ain't it, folks. That what you got on, that ain't it. Take it off. We finna clown you, bro. We gonna clown you the entire night. If you decide to say, look, bro, nah, bro, I'm gonna rock this. All right, nigga. All right, bro. We clowning you all night. We on your head. We on your head all night. But 9 times out of 10, you ain't going out with us if you looking like that. Like, nah, man, change that shirt, man. Take them tight ass jeans off, dog. Like, nah, take them jeans off, bro. Like, we gonna let you know what it is. Because that's what real friends do. We gonna look out for you. It ain't about me just trying to clown you. We looking out for you. You about to step out in these streets and you looking stupid. So yeah, man, like that shit crazy to me. Yeah, y'all women friends, y'all suck. Then y'all go right there, y'all talk behind each other back and shit. Y'all can't even sit in front of each other and have a full-on conversation about the shit that happened. You can't hold each other accountable. I mean, y'all niggas be on some more shit.
You just don't want to tell that she looks fat and you guys are going to get in. Like with men, it's not the same. We're around each other. Hey, dude, you look like
natural order. True.
We got to fucking get in here, whatever.
Facts.
Like men are honest with each other. Women aren't,
true. Facts,
right?
bro.
That's a problem. and that bleeds into many other different things.
Yeah, I do agree that women being fake towards each other is a problem because the only way we'll advance or be better or get tired of all this bigotry and hatred is the fact
Bigotry is
that we
good.
work together.
Bigotry is good.
Why?
Because it identifies problems a lot of the time, so you can recognize pattern and then put yourself in a position where it's like, damn, I'm walking down the street right now. It's 4 black guys. I'm going to cross. Like, I'm obviously being funny here a little bit, but the reality is, like, pattern recognition is good. I'll give you an example. Like, as you were coming up to the mic, you were very polite and everything else like that. Nice, voice, whatever. So you're like beating stereotypes. But normally girls that look like you are like, well, what you talking about?
Oh, no. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We are not being racist on this. No.
What? Racism is the reality.
Yes, it is a reality.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make it okay. I don't know what your race is or anything, but you obviously have darker skin. So obviously, even when you're walking down the street, people are going to judge you. You are not the top of the food chain that you think. Above you are white men. And even now, when you're preaching to them, they'll be like, oh, yeah, I get it. But they still don't like you because of what you look like.
So here's the thing that I really like that you said that. So here's the thing, right? What I've realized with men is men typically operate on competency and meritocracy. So in other words, if a guy's competent and he's doing what he's supposed to do and he's successful, other men respect that regardless of skin color. Because men, we are hierarchical, women are not. You guys are based on like, oh, who's the prettiest and who's cool. Like, you guys are not like us when it comes to status, right? Or understanding meritocracy. Like, men are value-based. For example, with a group of men, it's like, okay, this guy's the most competent. He's going to be a leader. We have fucking identified roles immediately. There was a show called Bear Grylls, right? Like Survivor, where they had men on an island and women on an island. The men quickly assimilated into groups, figured out who was the most competent at what, had fire built, shelter built, clean water, etc. The women, on the other hand, almost fucking died because they didn't want to go ahead and kill a pig. They were bitching about other things. I don't want to do this, blah, blah. So in other words, it was pandemonium. They couldn't figure shit out. So the point is, regardless of skin color, a lot of the times, when it comes to men, we understand and respect talent. This is why some of the most racist guys will still acknowledge and be like, yeah, Michael Jordan was cool, because men respect competency regardless of skin color. Women don't, though, a lot of times. You guys are based on some other weird shit. So despite the fact that you're saying like, oh yeah, these people are racist or whatever, the racism is fine. I don't give a shit about that because it's always going to exist. I look at it like this: prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. Don't be the stereotype. You're doing a good job of it right now. You're not being the Shaniqua that normally women are. So that's great.
Okay, sure, whatever. And I think that's just not okay to say. Obviously, people are raised.
Everyone here was thinking it when you walked up to the mic. They thought you were going to be like on some Shaniqua shit. Why do you think they were going, oh?
Okay, actually, it's also
like you gotta call this spade a spade. Does she not look like the type? Listen, man, people gonna profile you at the end of the day because we all seen the profile. I did a post on my Instagram the other day. She fits the description. Those 2 chicks that I saw on that was on my Instagram, that shit going viral right now. 2 of the chicks, because I did a live stream on it. And I clipped it up and then I posted on Instagram, and that shit going crazy right now. One of them was a big chick with red hair, red wig on. The other chick, she wasn't as big, but she was out there smoking. They jumped in front of the white girls. And they're talking about, oh, fuck these white bitches. What you doing like in the middle of an interview, just being ratchet and shit. So I'm just saying, I'm not gonna say rightfully so, but I'm gonna say, hey, the reality of the situation is, yeah, you're gonna get profiled, whether you like that shit or not. And it is what it is. So if you get profiled, you just want to make sure it's a good profile. You want to make sure you present yourself properly.
So depends on where you were raised. Hood or people who live in like the project or things like that, they are systematically kept to stay there. That's why people are selling drugs. That's what they have to do to live, because the government doesn't give them an opportunity to advance or be who they want to be. So you'll stereotype.
I think it's the culture. I don't think it's necessarily. I think it's a problem culture. I think there's also like genetics involved in it to a degree. Who is the congresswoman? A black one? What's her name? The idiot that always. She comes from a rich, affluent area.
Are you black?
Yeah, I am. She comes from a rich. Even if I wasn't, it doesn't matter. Anyway,
it does matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It's a
Obviously,
word.
you haven't been. Have you been affected by racism
What's
before?
Fucking Congress? What is it? Jasmine Crockett. Bam. She comes from an affluent area. She talks like a fucking retard. She goes out and adheres to all the stereotypes, despite the fact that she didn't come from that. Why? Because it's culturally cool to be rude, obnoxious, loud, talk in a way where you're, destroying the English language and using Ebonics. She doesn't come from that. But why is she doing that? To go ahead and get her constituents to think that she's the same.
Yep.
When she doesn't come from that. So we have a culture problem when it comes to the black community. Being is considered being cool. And I'm here to say it's not cool.
It's not cool on what term? Like in the terms of America or whatever?
Joining a gang, speaking like an idiot, not understanding the English language, cutting words off, saying like ax instead of ask, right? Listening to hip hop music, being a whore, shaking ass, twerking. These are all black culture things that are a problem.
All races can do all of those things.
What was that?
All races can do all of those things.
Yeah, but it's black culture that promotes it the most.
How is that true?
So isn't it crazy how like black people get mad at you if you like, you know, talk about hip hop? That's our culture. And then I'm like, all right, well, that's your culture. No. How do you know it's not our culture? This is literally what black people talk about all the time. As a matter of fact, a lot of black activists will get mad if white people rap. They'll say, oh, he ain't one of us. Actually, as a matter of fact, we're gonna talk about racism. Blacks are some of the most racist people, if we're gonna be honest.
I do agree that there is a big problem with racism in the black culture, especially towards other people of color. I do agree that is a really big problem. But that still doesn't make racism to other people okay.
It's a reality.
I know it is a reality, and that's why people fight it. That's why we try to make it.
I look at it like it's a reality. People are going to not be racist. It's your job to prove the stereotypes wrong, because the stereotypes are always going to exist. Because the reality is people are always not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Like they're going to assume certain things about you. And that's fine. It is what it is. It's life. Like we're going to assume Muslims are terrorists. We're going to assume blacks are criminals. Like white people can't dance and their chicken doesn't fucking get seasoned. Like we're just going to go ahead and assume these things. It is what it is. That's just the reality. Everyone has negative stereotypes. It's your job to prove the stereotypes wrong.
Oh yeah, I do agree with you on that point. I think it's good to prove stereotypes wrong, but I also don't think it's good for you to belittle people who fit the stereotypes.
I think it's good to belittle them that fit the stereotype. That's how you get them to change. That's another thing that we don't have. We need to bring back shaming.
Yes.
I do agree.
Yeah, and bullying.
No. Because bullying will
Shaming
lead
is
to
bullying.
suicide.
Shaming is bullying.
Bullying leads to
No, it don't. Y'all just need y'all need a little bit of character building. That's what bullying is, because if you ever been to the military before, that's what they do. They gonna talk about you, they gonna say whatever they gonna say about you, they gonna be in your face, they gonna call you every name in the fucking book, and you just gonna have to suck that shit up and move on. And so no, if you feel as if that you need to unalive yourself because somebody bullied you, you need some character building training. You need some training. Because there's no way you can say some shit about me and say, oh, well, Courtney, you a sambo, or Courtney, you nigga, you retarded, whatever you want to say. Nigga, okay, good for you. I'm glad you feel that way. Now let's get to this money. Hey, what we talking about right now, bro? No, that was a compliment, and she didn't even catch it. And that's what I'm saying, because she's on the defense. He told her, listen, people thought that you were gonna come up here on some Shaniqua vibes. You came up here respectful. So basically, what he just said, you proved the stereotype wrong. What you just proved is that not everybody that looks like you acts like has to act like a Shaniqua. And you took that to an offense, because that's the disingenuous part about a lot of black people. They don't know how to acknowledge, well, look, man, I appreciate that because I pride myself on not living up to the stereotype. Now, there are some stereotypes you want to live up to, like the fried chicken seasoning your food. You want to live up to that, having rhythm. Some things you just want to live up to as far as the stereotype goes, right? But we understand that the stereotype is just a generality. We know black people aren't a monolith. We know white people aren't a monolith. We know Asians aren't a monolith. We know Hispanics aren't a monolith. We understand that, but the stereotypes are earned, not given. Nobody just randomly said, oh, black people, they just love fucking chicken, or they always doing. Bro, that shit was earned, bro. It's because of years and years of doing the same type of shit. Same thing as white people. So you just missed the opportunity to say, you know what? Thank you. I pride myself on that. And that just goes to show that a lot of black people aren't the same. All black people aren't the same. That's what she should have. That's what she should have followed up with. But she's in her head. She's so focused on trying to be combative and trying to prove somebody wrong instead of taking the compliment as she should have. Crazy. Why does she have a stuffed animal? Yeah, she's I guarantee she's probably a freshman. She's probably a freshman. She's probably 18, 19, first year freshman. She want to have a conversation because she still looks pretty young. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's not what they call you, it's what you answer to. Yep. It's what our generation was taught. Yep, exactly. We call you every name in the book. Like, cool. It is what it is. Like, do you know if somebody say, oh, bro, you a bitch? Okay, well, I'm sorry you feel that way, bro. Like, all right. Does that make me a bitch? No, it don't make me a bitch, but that's what you feel in your heart of hearts that I am one, but I ain't finna lose sleep at night.
I mean, here's the thing. People are soft nowadays.
We're not soft, we're aware.
No, you're soft.
No, they're soft.
People will talk about us being too woke, but now we just have more information and we're allowed to speak our opinions like I'm doing right now. We're allowed to speak our opinions.
Bullying is one of the best things that can happen, especially to men. It forces you to adapt. It forces you to go to the gym. It forces you to become stronger. It forces you to become not a retard. It forces you to become better. Like, I talk all the time. Like, for example, me, I was bullied as a kid. Me and one of my good friends, his name was Jordan Reed, right? He used to play for the 49ers. We grew up together. His brother, Brandon Reed, who ended up, getting a Super Bowl ring, etc., he used to bully us all the time. We used to get beat up. We couldn't beat them in basketball, but what did we do? We went in practice and we went to the basketball court to train to try to get better, and we eventually won a game against them. But we only did that because we had the fire in our ass to become better. Men need to be challenged. They need to be beat up a little bit. They need to take the L's. This is why, if we're going to be honest, like a lot of these movies aren't doing so well, like these Marvel movies or these movies where it's the hero's journey and we're putting like women in it. The reality is like it's men that have to go through the hero's journey. It's not women. Right? That's why Captain Marvel, no one gave a fuck. Like, oh, you get powers from the beginning. Nobody cares. So like all these woke movies are losing because it doesn't adhere to reality. The underdog, the guy that wins at the end after getting their asses whooped, it's a masculine journey. Men need to get bullied and deal with adversity to grow stronger.
I think that could be applied to everybody of every gender.
And that's why I don't think therapy is a thing. That's why I don't believe in therapy. Because men need to get their ass busted. Men need to go through the hardships. They need to figure out how to find the solution, how to come out of a situation. Now, of course, there are one-off situations where it's like, hey, man, you really need to talk to somebody. I understand that. So I'm not naive to that. But in general, most men, you don't need to go to fucking therapy. You just need to get to fucking work. You need to find a purpose and get to work and just grind. Keep your head down, 0 dark 30, and get the fucking work. Grind it out. Go work extra hours if you need to. Keep yourself busy. Go get in the gym. Go build yourself up. I'm telling you, that's what that therapy session is. That's what a real therapy session is. That's how men are able to come out of what's that depression stage of life. Start focusing on you. This whole bullshit of, oh, we're woke now. No, you're soft now. That's what you're soft now. You get offended easily. You get triggered by words. They can't call you fat when you actually are. And I'm not talking about her. I'm just talking about in general. People can't call you ugly. It's rude. Even though you just told me that you were a 10, and God knows for sure you ain't no fucking 10. But yeah, you still here stand 10 toes and say you a 10. Like, nah, no, you ain't. You a 4, 100%. And I'm not, and that's not me being disrespectful. I'm just being honest. You're a 4. And you might be a 5 if you lost 50 pounds. But I'm the rude one. But yeah, you can turn around and say, but if I say some shit, you can turn around and say, oh, that's little D energy right there. And then you a broke nigga, you a bum nigga. Oh, really? So no, we need to bring that shit back. Bring shaming back, bring the bullying back. Hey. Healthy.
Well, I would say
healthy bullying.
For men even more so. I wish women bullied each other more, but you guys don't. That's why a lot of you guys are fat.
I got bullied by my sisters a lot when I was younger, but they just helped me be like a better person.
Well,
I don't think saying that's like okay, because a lot of bullying, especially nowadays, now that people are just, they'll just say whatever they want. Bullying leads to a lot more rates of, and you know who the most people are? Men. Because men get bullied by other men, and they think the only way they have to do this if they can't change is to kill themselves.
Yeah, it's because we live in a soft world.
And you continue to support
It's because we live in a soft world where we don't tell guys that bullying is a rite of passage. We tell them, no, you should not be bullied. It's okay for you to be a depressed pussy. It's okay for you to be mediocre. It's okay for you to be broke. It's okay for you to be a skinny stick and be a fucking bitch. Like, we tell guys it's okay to be mediocre, but if we told them, look, you getting bullied is a rite of passage. Hazing is good. Getting your fucking stripes is good. Like, this is what we need to tell men instead, so they become stronger and they don't become weak. And here's the thing, too, that you guys got to understand.
Exactly.
It's the women that suffer from this. As these guys become softer and softer, and they don't want to ask you out on dates, or they tell you, let's go 50-50 or all this other bullshit, Who ends up losing? You guys lose because the men are weaker and don't want to do their jobs. So at the end of the day, weak men lead to hard times.
That's not true. I think you're preaching about what women want, but you're not a woman. And you'll see like, oh, every woman wants this, every woman wants this. First of all, every woman is different. Every person is different.
Women are far more rigid in what they want than men are. Way more.
What do you mean by that?
Women are far pickier than men are, and they want very similar things.
I don't think that's true. That's just from my personal experience. I don't think that's very
Okay, look, see, we want to lie here and beat around the bush. The reality is that women want guys that are over 6 feet tall. They want the guy that's in shape, a guy that's competent, a guy that makes a lot of money. They want these things. Like, women are far more rigid and selective in their mating process than men are. So women will sit there and say, I care about personality and friendship. Yeah, that's assuming everything else is met that they don't want to talk about because they don't want to be looked at as surface level and shallow. But the reality is the things that women are looking for are pretty fucking standard, and they're just not honest about it.
Well, I think everybody has their preferences. Like what they want in a person is just who most people just want a good person. And when you're a good person, then there are more opportunities for you than just
they don't.
For like
they've done studies on this. The variance in like what women find attractive versus what men find attractive. Women are
based
far
on
more
physical-
narrow.
women are based
and
on
all the
physical
guys have the
appearances
same
than men.
archetype pretty much. Like versus for men, we're way more open with what we're attracted to. Women are not.
That is very much not true. All men must have the same preference, and it's already.
All right, let's go to
most men. I would say this. A lot of men, yeah, they would prefer a certain type of woman, but most men are realistic about the type of woman that they can get. So that's the difference. So you ask a man, hey, listen, that's why a lot of men do hypotheticals. If y'all ever just kicked it with your homeboy, hey, listen, bro, who would you rather? Y'all remember white chicks? Hey, listen, who would you rather, Rosie O'Donnell or Oprah? But she got a yeast infection. Now, and that's just off of white chicks, right? And they was picking, like, that was the type of conversation niggas talk about. It's just having fun. Now, listen, bro, who would you choose? If you had to choose, which one would you actually pick? Would you pick Megan Good or would you pick Megan Fox? Oh, man. It's hypotheticals. Niggas know they ain't finna meet no Megan Good. They know they ain't finna meet no Megan Fox. They know they ain't finna meet no Megan Fox. They're just talking, just having fun. Most guys understand and know that they ain't even they won't even be in the proximity of a Megan Good or a Megan Fox. Most men aren't delusional in that way. That's a fact. Most men aren't delusional in that way. Thinking that, oh well, nigga, I know I'm the fine. I know I can pull that. I know I can pull that. Sir, no, you don't. That's why a lot of y'all niggas are simps out here. That's why a lot of y'all niggas pulling Poppy Chulo talking about, yeah, nigga, I'm gonna leave with my money. I'm gonna tell her I'm gonna just give her 300K off real. Boy, you had to sit down. You better sit down. Yeah, man. Let me know what y'all think, and make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure y'all hit that bell notification. All right. So listen, we're gonna keep this train moving. Listen, we moving. We 2 hours and 40 minutes in. So let's go ahead and go to this next topic, the main topic of tonight. Anton Daniels on the Game of Stripe, calling out the black community. Calling out the black community, man. He popped up on the Game of Stripe podcast. You know, this is Detroit podcast. He went on there. He showed love. Shout out to him for doing that. And so there was certain parts of that live stream that I wanted to actually react to. And so we're going to do it right here in real time. All right. So let's make sure you like, comment, and subscribe in the algorithm.
But as a whole, like, I would have thought in my mind that you would have at least, at the end of the day, I'm not happy that man got killed. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a racist, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But he was, you know what I'm saying? And for you to try to take up for him and knowing that he was racist against black people, it made me feel like you was whitewashed. Like, so a lot of black people get in their mind because they be around them and hang on they're white people now, whatever the fuck y'all feel. But like I said, I do my apologies for disrespecting you as a man. But at the moment when I was watching your video, I felt some type of way, deeply felt some type of way, because it was just like you was going against your own culture. And that shit weird. Like it was just more of, it was disgusting to me. Your video, what you were saying and everything, yeah, it pissed me off. So yes, I said what I said, but I could have said it cleaner. But I meant what
I got you in a second, though, Billy. I got you in a second, Big.
No, listen, it's cool. I don't have no problem. Like, I've been in this content game for over 11 years. I've been called everything, so I'm not offended.
I got you in a second.
So it's cool. I ain't tripping about none of that shit.
But my question is why?
But we can kick it about Charlie Kirk. We can talk about
But
that.
you don't feel like that you're going against your own culture?
I don't. I think that the culture went against us for a long time. I think that everything that we celebrate about this culture has been toxic for us. And it's kept us in jail. It's kept us incarcerated.
Build a website you love.
Oh, no.
With Wix.
We've been doing good without the commercials.
If you look at the full context, like, for example, y'all used a talking point that is often used online about what Charlie Kirk said about empathy, right? But if you look at the full video, and this is why you can't take clips alone, you got to look at the full context. He said, I don't believe in empathy, but I will replace it with sympathy. That's the actual quote of what he said. That was the full context. So liberals, Democrats, they take that and they run with it because they chop it up in order to try to validate their point. And this is how they manipulate the community. If you look at everything Democratic, because we often at times expect people to automatically vote blue and vote Democrat regardless of where they come from, what their socioeconomic status is. If you Black, you vote Democrat, right? Black women voted Democrat at a 92% clip. Black men, 78%. We don't even ask ourselves why. Ain't none of what they do aligning with our culture. If you can find me one clip, one entire live stream in its full context, where Charlie Kirk went off against Black people, when he like I'll give you another example. A lot of people like to take the talking point of what he said about the pilot situation. If I see a Black woman as a pilot on American Airlines, I'm automatically going to start to question, well, the reason why that was, he wasn't talking about Black people specifically. He was talking about American Airlines having a program to where they started to push out people that was qualified for the job, but instead they started to recruit just based off of Blackness and the fact that you're a woman. So the majority of things that you can use for diversity, equity, and inclusion was one of the reasons why American Airlines started to recruit pilots, and then they had a problem with one of their planes, and it just so happened to be one of us to be at the helm of it. So what he was using as a talking point is, you can't by default trust American Airlines because they're qualifying people based off of their looks and their gender, not necessarily whether or not they're the best for the plane. So if you looked at the whole context of the conversation, he wasn't racist against it. What he was saying is that everything should be merit-based, and it shouldn't be based off of your gender, or it shouldn't be based off of your color.
Okay, so let me respond to that, brother. And once again, before I go into my diatribe, I want to thank you for coming on the show. Right? When you look at Charlie Kirk, and when you look at the things that he said, if we're being specific, and I'm going to call him out. Charlie Kirk said his entire, and I'm emotional about this, but I'm just trying to put this aside. His entire spiel, he utilized words to isolate and to bring up some of the most obvious issues within the Black race. He pointed out some of the things that it didn't take a rocket scientist to understand were issues inside of our community. And he harped on them. And he turned those points into dog whistle fodder. He played into the racist attitude and the racist concepts that people outside of our culture have about us. When he spoke about Beyonce and her music being terrible, when he made reference to Black pilots, and I heard what he said, he spoke about it more than just once. When he said, he made a point of trying to emphasize the part that it was all DIE, it was all basically affirmative action. And when he got on the airplane and he saw a black pilot, the first thing, a black pilot, he said more, he talked about it more than once. I heard him say that, and he said it in a jokingly offensive manner. He said, when I get on the airplane, I see a black pilot, I automatically start thinking, what are your credentials? How did you get here? Were you a DIE? Were you an affirmative action candidate? Are you actually qualified? As if the airlines, whose job it is, they're in the business of transporting people through the air, would somehow put the credibility or the safety of their company or the safety of their passengers at risk by hiring somebody solely based on the color of their skin because they were black. And when he talked about, when he said that when he says, when I see somebody black, I automatically start thinking this and that. And I think about Martin Luther King. And Martin Luther King said, and I'm not going to quote here, but he said, I'm looking forward to the day when black people are judged by the content of their character,
not the color of
their skin. What
right.
Charlie Kirk was proposing time and time again is that he was judging people based on a political process or based on a diversified process aimed to make the playground fair.
That's not what the aim was, Dogface.
But here's what I'm saying, bro. You gotta look at his presentation. His presentation was extremely aggressive, extremely offensive. When you spoke about,
you gotta profile.
You way more offensive and aggressive than he is.
Are you serious?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know either, boy.
I want to tell you that,
Dogface, you not no joke.
No, brother. I want it coming from you.
I don't know either.
That,
and I am too.
That is a compliment. Listen,
right. So when did we as men start mentioning our words?
We'll just finish this point.
Okay,
I'm not going to. So my thing is that Charlie Kirk, he made a living. He rose to the level of fame that he had by pointing out everything that was wrong about black people in Pacific. Right?
You're wrong.
Let me just get this off, bro.
Black people in Pacific. Sir, I'm gonna need you to get that specific correct. Specific, not Pacific. Specific. Not Pacific. Come on, G.
Okay.
I'm being petty right now. I really am. So please, give me grace. I'm being petty.
I'm gonna write down some stuff you said.
Yeah, let me get my pen too. God damn it, I ain't got no secretary around here. But listen, when he talked about Beyonce's music, talked about Martin Luther King, what he said about George Zimmerman, racist motherfucking ass, what he said about Trayvon Martin, the excuse to justification, right? What he said about George Floyd and how he spoke about George Floyd's murder at the hand of law enforcement in the great state of Minnesota. George Floyd, what he said about him, you cannot expect black people to listen to what he said. When you look at how black people as a whole feel about how we're treated by law enforcement all over the world, but specifically in this country, he knew that was a hot button issue. He attacked that issue with vigor. He attacked it with no sympathy or empathy for the people who were more primarily affected by George Floyd's death. When he attacked Beyonce, when he attacked the legacy of the Martin Luther King.
Okay, hold on. Let me all right. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Can I ask y'all a question, my fellow black people? Were y'all affected as a black person? I'm talking about as an individual. I'm just curious. I just want to know. This ain't me agreeing, disagreeing. I just want to ask a question. Were y'all affected personally as a black man or black woman? Were you affected personally when George Floyd was, I guess you could say unalived by that cop? Did you personally feel as if like, hey, listen, I need to make sure I protect myself out here? I felt offended by that. Anybody. I'm just curious. I'm like I said, I didn't say what side of the fence I'm on. I'm just asking the question. Just asking the question.
He talked about LeBron James, right? There are too many times where Charlie Kirk used what I call and what the whole world knows as dog whistling.
You're not wrong. Claim
to speak to his base, which were mainly white Anglo-Saxon Christian men, aka MAGA supporters. He did too much of that for my liking, bro, without any real justification.
So the majority of what Charlie Kirk spoke towards, that's what you chose to hear, right? Because I have a hard time believing that any of y'all actually was understanding what Charlie Kirk was about before he passed away.
Facts.
And the reason why I say that is because the majority of y'all talking points that y'all had the last time that y'all live streamed was all the same stuff that everybody else was just repeating that everybody else was saying.
Because Anton, we don't have to reinvent.
Wait, dog. First, I thought you said you was gonna let me get my shit off.
But let me. I'm allow you. Pardon me for the interruption. Because what he gave the world, as it specifically, I'm talking about black people. I'm black. What he gave us was a bunch of
accountability.
Really listen.
A bunch of accountability.
Yeah, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. I have yet. Listen, man. Y'all can go back. I clipped it up. I've done content on Charlie Kirk, bro. I have not heard anything of him saying, nor did I take offense to anything that he was saying that I haven't already even said myself or I haven't already agreed to in regards to the black community. If somebody, listen, I want to be very clear about this. If somebody blatantly says some out of pocket shit about me as a black man or just the black culture in itself that I deem disrespectful, I'll say something about it. But I have yet to see anything like that. Only from the black community in itself. I've heard more egregious shit from my own black people than I have from a white person. Let that shit sink in for a minute. I've had people in my DMs, in my personal messages, talking about, bruh, your mama should have swallowed before she had you. Nigga, you should unalive yourself because of this. Because the way you thinking, nigga, you a sombo. Nigga, you a coon, bruh. Oh, because I held you accountable? Last time I checked, I hold all people accountable. Black people, white people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all of it. If you're doing some stupid shit, I'm going to say something. It's not just specific to black people. It's not. It just so happened y'all niggas just be in the fucking media all the time. And I see it. So I react to it. Because if I see some white shit popping off, guess what? I'm going to react to it. But what I'm not going to do is sit here and lie on somebody's name. Because if I saw it, I promise you, I would say like, yeah, bro, that nigga was saying some crazy, that nigga was saying some out of pocket shit. But out of all the old videos that I've heard Charlie Kirk talk about, even the ones when he was doing debates with Candace Owens at the same time, I have yet to hear anything in regards to what Charlie Kirk was saying that was remotely racist. He was only speaking in regards to what he knew in regards to the facts and the numbers. So how can you get offended? Oh, I'm sorry. It's because it was a white man that said it. So a black man can't say it. A black man can't hold you accountable. A white man can't hold you accountable. So basically, we shouldn't say shit. Just let black people be. Let them do what they want. Let them off themselves as much as they want to. Don't try to hold them accountable. Don't tell them how fucked up they are. Don't tell them about stop having babies out of wedlock. Don't tell them about none of that shit. Just let them be. Just let them fuck up. Let them do what the fuck they want to do. Let them be on EBT. Let them go and kill each other in the neighborhoods. Let them be in gangs. Let them go in jail. Let them do all of it. Don't say shit to them. That's basically what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like to me.
Listen, there's nobody who understands. Because if you watch some of my content,
I watch all your shit.
I'm really heavy on gangs in Detroit. I'm really heavy on these so-called community activist groups who are waiting for somebody to come with some magic pill to deal with all the negative shit that happens in our black community. Listen, you can't legislate.
Which is why I'm surprised at you, dog face.
Why are you surprised?
I would think that you probably would be the leader at the forefront of actually championing the majority of the stuff that he would say.
Well, here's
I'm gonna be honest with you. You don't listen. The only reason, because ain't nobody really told you about yourself. Like I'm gonna tell you about yourself. Because see, I'm the type of nigga that's gonna just tell you the truth. The only reason, dog face, that you are, as far as continuing to celebrate the bullshit that's within the community, while at the same time you straddle the line, dog face. You hot sometimes, you cold sometimes. Sometimes I wonder if either you Republican or you Democrat, because you call out the bullshit, but then continue to still support it by allowing for people to still stand in these spaces where they can be victims. When we know that most of the time, the majority of this shit that we go through is self-inflicted wounds. Listen, the one thing about Charlie Kirk, and similar to myself, is that Charlie Kirk didn't dodge no smoke at all. He was willing to debate you. He was willing to meet. He was going college to campus. He was pulling up on people in real life.
Yep.
And the majority of who he spoke to wasn't even black people. It was liberal white women.
Yep.
It was liberal white women. Yep. That is the people that he held accountable the most.
Yes.
And so the thing about it is that the thing about us is that when we called up, see, when somebody say something to me and they say, Anton, I don't fuck with you, you wrong, and so on and so forth, I'll be like, all right, I feel you. You know what? I respect that because I got thick skin and I don't live in an echo chamber. I'm not looking for everybody to agree with me. Right. I'm trying to figure out what the right thing is. So even me sitting here talking to you right now, I don't disagree with some of the stuff that you're saying. I actually am taking that in. I'm going to sit on it. I'm going to sleep on that shit and I'm going to consider it.
Yep.
But see, the thing about the most black people is if you're not massaging their ears and telling them what they want to hear, if you're not agreeing with them by default, they don't want to have a conversation. And that's the biggest problem. It wasn't that I agreed with 100% of what Charlie Kirk said, because I don't agree with 100% of what my own mother say. Right? The problem is that, I don't advocate for nobody to die because they got their own opinion, regardless of whether I agree with them or not.
Facts.
Most of my classmates
he cooking right now though.
Adults, so you feel like you're in a place where you belong.
I'm not going to celebrate somebody's death, right? I would rather you be here and me be able to debate you or talk back and forth with you if I disagree with you than to celebrating your death, because now I don't have nobody to spar with. I don't have nobody to try to convince, right? But the second part is that we dodge accountability like the plague. If somebody say you fucked up, if somebody say, hey, listen, stop killing yourselves. If somebody say, hey, listen, because one of the biggest things that Charlie Kirk used to say about the black community, and I'm surprised y'all ain't even mentioned this, is he would say, hey, listen, if y'all want to fix your community, the first thing you got to do is stop having single parent households.
Yep.
If we don't want to talk about none of the shit that he said that's actually hitting us. We want to feel like victims. Motherfuckers in the hood talk harder than us and say wilder shit about us than Charlie Kirk ever did, but we get offended at that nigga.
But you said the right thing, Anton. The thing is, look at the messenger and how he was delivering it. See, you missing that part. I understand what you said.
What you mean? Look at the message and how it was delivered. What are we talking, bro? What are y'all listening to? What were y'all listening to? What are you talking about? What about the messenger? A family man, a child, a man of God. That's what you're talking about. Look at the messenger. Y'all just want to point the finger at somebody, bro. Y'all don't want to take accountability. Y'all want to point the finger at everybody else except yourself. You can't sit back. You can't sit back and just take it. You can't just sit back. You know what, man? You right. The community is messed up. We got to do better. Nobody's coming to help us. We have to help ourselves. And if we don't help ourselves, we're going to continue to destroy ourselves. Why is it that we always asking for help? But then when somebody tries to give you a solution, no matter if they're white, black, orange, green, or purple, they give you a solution. They're telling you what they see, and even if they can give you the facts, the data, and statistics behind it. But yet, because it was the person who said it, it was the messenger, all of a sudden it's an issue now. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing?
What the messenger look like?
No, this is what I'm saying. I understand. I understand what you're saying about
what up?
Listening to his whole message. But who put him in our shoes to be able to give us a message about what we should and shouldn't do?
Y'all not hearing this shit no matter what. I say it and y'all don't listen. If I say it, y'all don't want to hear shit about me. Y'all don't want to kick it with me. The first thing that y'all say is, look at this.
So why would we want to hear it from him? Make that make sense.
You don't want to hear from nobody.
No, first, let me say something.
Exactly. I just said that. You don't want to. The black community don't want to hear from nobody. That's the problem. It can be another black person telling you exactly what the issue is in the black community, and guess what? Those same black people gonna look at you crazy. They're gonna tell you you're a coon. They're gonna tell you that you dancing for the white man. They're gonna tell you all this extra bullshit. When you just holding their feet to the fire. I don't understand it. I don't get it, bro.
Let me say something. The reason why we don't, my thing is, it's a difference. It's a major difference of delivering a message. If you're just talking about all our fuck up is what's wrong with the black community and you have no solution, that's a problem. You're being judgmental. Nobody want to hear a solution after the way he delivered. Like he says, most of the crime wasn't up until black people started, and more black people started coming.
So
around.
You're sensitive is basically what you're saying.
You don't
want to hear it.
What I'm saying is, a white motherfucker can't say shit about us because they ain't.
You feel me?
Us.
He about to talk right about his position.
Whatever the fuck they want to say. You can say what you want. You can say what you want to them, and they can say what they want to you.
And then, but when they was sad about it, you got a black man backing him. You're a black man.
I don't back people based off of the color of their skin. I back people whether or not I agree with them or not.
Dare you? To me, I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm not gonna change the way you think, and I'm gonna change the way I think. Okay. At the end of the day, it's bullshit. What you speak is bullshit. At the end of the day, I feel like you talking about black people. Yeah, we need to be motivated. They stole our identity from day one. Everything that these people out here doing and getting rich and being successful, that's something black people invented most of this shit. But at the end of the day, you're not giving us props. You going against us with this white man. I don't give a fuck if he was orange man. At the end of the day, where's the help? Black.
Listen. We the only culture of people that don't separate ourselves based off of the degenerate motherfuckers versus the people that's actually productive and doing what they're supposed to do. Facts. White people don't fuck with all white people.
Facts.
Asian people will separate themselves. I just got back from Japan last year, and it's a whole city that's dedicated to getting the motherfuckers out of here that's not doing the shit that they're supposed to do. Why do I have to support everything that black people do? Because I'm gonna tell you, I give out scholarships to black people. I employ them. See, I don't go by talking points. I go by real life. I employ the majority black women. I give out scholarships to my alma mater, Cass Tech, $25,000 every single year, $5,000, and I give them specifically to black boys. I be out in the streets passing out $5,000 every 2 weeks to people in the streets, handing it to their hands, not giving it to some bitch ass community organization. So I don't care about what people say. The real work is on the ground. And so my life is a reflection of it. I'm married to a black woman for the last 21 years, right? I'm advocating. I never left my city, even though I have the resources to be able to do so. And I'm always going to be a resident of Detroit. So I don't care about when people say you go against black people. Black people think that just because you say something and hold them accountable and say stop doing fuck shit, that automatically means that you going against them, or because you support something that somebody says that hold us accountable. That means that you
all black people are one.
I go against black culture that continues to celebrate the things that keep us down. I don't go against black people. Black people are respectable. Black
So
people.
you're saying you basically you against
He cooking right now, though.
Hold on, baby. Hey, so let me try to bring this.
I don't care about the feelings part.
Let's reel this in, right? So let's reel this in right quick. So listen.
But that's my thing though. Why is it such an issue? Why is it such an issue? Can somebody answer this question for me? No, this is a legitimate question. Why is it that black people can't be held accountable? Without bringing up what happened 400 years ago. We are far beyond that. Most of the people who have gone through that, who have gone through what everybody loves to revert back to, most of them have passed on and they are resting in peace right now. We are in a new day and age where we got softies, where we got so-called woke people, we got people who get offended fairly fucking easy on every goddamn thing. We have a world where you're able to become a multi-millionaire through social media, through YouTube. You can go anywhere that you want to go. You can create any business that you want to create. You can go into any corporate America that you want to go into. You can go into any government that you want to. You have the ability to do anything that you want to do at this point. You have the resources at your fingertips. You can literally go into your phone and find anything that you want to, and it has been made even more simple for you because now you got ChatGPT, that can help you streamline the things that you want to do in this world. And yet we still have people out here complaining. We still have people out here making excuses and pointing the finger at everybody else except them fucking selves. Make it make sense to me. Make it make sense to me. But in the black community, you got everybody who's able to pick up their phone. They're able to live stream everything. They want to take pictures of people twerking in the wrong fucking places. They got their phones all over the place, but they're not using it to help themselves progress or move forward in life. But yet they want to point the finger at everybody else. How you on EBT? You got the brand new iPhone. You got the new Jordans on. But yet you still living on EBT. You talking about mindset. You can literally listen. Here's one for you. I got one for you. If you want EBT right now, you can use that to your advantage. How? You can start an entire YouTube channel based off of you being on EBT and you leveling up, getting out of EBT and becoming a successful person, becoming a successful, rich millionaire, whatever the case may be, whatever you want to call it, six-figure earner, whatever you want to call it. You can literally create that on YouTube. And you can use that as building blocks to help you go from ground zero all the way to the highest level that you can possibly go. You can use that as leverage. Listen, I'm on EBT. Listen, you can start it off with, listen, I'm on EBT right now. This is my first video. This is my journey from going from EBT, living in X, Y, and Z hood or living in the hood to leveling up to living in the penthouse downtown, wherever the case may be, living in the penthouse downtown where I got 6 figures in my savings account or over $1 million in my savings account. And I have X, Y, and Z rental properties. I got X, Y, and Z businesses or stocks that I have that I have a share of, and all these different things. Or I got my education and my master's and whatever the case to help me grow and build my legacy and all these different things. You can use that as leverage, but a lot of y'all ain't. I just gave you an idea. I literally just gave you an idea. That should have been Patreon level shit. I just gave you an idea. You're welcome.
So let's just so we're on the same page. So I don't think this issue is about whether I owe you. I don't think this issue is about
Larita. What's up?
I heard you try to. Well, I see that you are trying to reference. Is that 5? That's 5.
What you got, DoorDash, Dogface? What's going on, man?
You don't stay on my business, Anton. Stay on my business, brother. Stay on my business. So listen. So I hear you say Democrat, Republican. Good brother.
Good brother.
When it comes to the issues that affect Black people by and large,
when too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks and stay focused on important work.
Let's mute that. We don't want to hear that. Pretty side, what up with it? All right, here we go.
just had a conversation on the Ugly Money podcast last night.
It was good.
Shout out to Ugly Money. That's my guy.
Yeah. Well, I spoke about, right, when I spoke about some of the policies from a governmental standpoint that have been most detrimental to Black people as a whole, those policies were enacted under a Democratic control House, Senate, and presidency. I spoke about the Clinton administration when Joe Biden, when the whole crime reform bill, the welfare reform bill, even criminalizing child support.
Correct.
It all happened under a Democratic controlled presidency and Congress total.
That's why I be wondering, is you Republican? I don't know what you are, bro. Dogface.
Oh, no, bro. Listen, Black people as a whole, they're more conservative. I don't think white people know this, or I don't think people don't really study the Black community, but Black people are more conservative. And
they know it, Dogface. They're trying to convince you to distance yourself from the bullshit that y'all support that is liberal and Democrat.
We can argue that point. We can argue Democrat, Republican. I'm of the opinion that it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican. I'm going to support Black people have to disengage themselves from the political party. In this sense,
Bull City.
I don't care what your political affiliation is. Like, you're from Detroit. I talk to people in the city council. I talk to people who deal with the mayor's office. And I know that you have the Chaldean American, the Arab American. They're always down at the city county building. They're always at the mayor's office trying to champion and trying to force policies and procedures that's going to benefit their race of people.
But see, the reason why it matters, Dogface, that we have both Black Republicans, it matters that we care about having people on both sides.
I get you, but see, my point is this, Anton. It's not about
because we can't listen. We can't demand anything if they already know that everybody is going one way.
Well, we can't demand.
We can't advocate for anything, Dogface. Like, no politician gives a fuck about Black people.
Absolutely. So
because Black people already have made up in their mind that they only gonna vote one way. So it matters from the lens of how do you have them on both sides? We could all disagree here, right? We're gonna fight because we all cousins and we all from the same city. The fact of the matter is, y'all need me just as much as I need y'all, because to live in an echo chamber is to get nothing.
Yeah,
but to work with people that you don't necessarily agree with, but you can find some common ground on, is how you start to solution for things. And so anybody could say, well, no, we shouldn't care about this, or we shouldn't care about that. We should, because to speak to your point, we only show up between 9 and 16% at a voter clip in order to get things done. And so if you don't galvanize people, or you don't have people, but we so focus on whether or not we offended, we're not necessarily making progress, and that's what they count on. That's what they're banking on.
So listen, I understand that what they count on and bank on, what people who don't like us and don't care about us, what they count on is a system that was put in place hundreds of years ago. They count on they count on the fact that we've already been so marginalized. They count on the fact that we've already been so disenfranchised. They count on the fact that we've already been so thoroughly brainwashed and conditioned against each other. When you talk about
wrong, Dogface.
No, well, listen, Black people, there's no people in this country who hate Black people more than Black people.
Nobody gives a fuck about what Black people think, bro. It's not a game of them hating you.
Okay, but listen, brother.
We on two different things, dog. It's a class game. It's not about race, bro.
Hey, listen, brother. Right now, I'm sitting on the perch right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So listen, black people, nobody in the world of politics, they don't care about us because we're so divided that we don't have a cohesive thought process about the things that we want to carry forth. Black people as a whole, we're so fractured that we don't have any common ground. And because we don't have any common ground, we don't even believe that we don't even love each other. We don't believe we have anything in common anymore. And so the reason why in the world of politics, they don't give a fuck about us is because we're so divided. There's no cohesive game plan. And you can have one person who says one thing over here and one person who says another thing over here. No race of people, everybody get along. You have Chaldean, we from Detroit. So right. the largest segment of Arabs and Chaldeans outside of the Middle East is in Detroit, right? Correct. So they are always down at the city county building. All Chaldeans and Arabs and Lebanese, and all Chaldeans and Arabs don't get along. But what they do understand is, even though I might not like you, as a whole, we have to push a particular agenda because it's going to benefit us all as a whole. Black people are so disenfranchised and so fractured from a psychological standpoint that we don't even know that we're our own biggest fucking enemies.
Correct. I agree.
And what I'm saying is, it's not about being a Democrat or Republican. So I don't want to get this. I don't want to juxtapose the shit that's going on with Charlie Kirk and the loss of his life.
That's just a jump off point of a bigger conversation.
I get you. So it's not about being a Democrat or Republican, because as I would like black people to move forward. As we're only going to move forward. We're only going to be able to deal with the conditions that have a negative impact on us as a whole if we band together. There's no legislation that can be enacted that stop a nigga from shooting another nigga and then celebrating it on the fucking rap record. Ain't no policy for that. It is the lack of love and respect and connectivity amongst black people that is the problem with that. And I don't want to reduce this argument.
Well, Dogface, you can't say that then.
I can't say what?
What you just said.
Black people hate each other, and that's by condition, it's by design.
Dogface, if I hadn't taken the initiative, because I'm the biggest YouTuber in Michigan.
You are?
Without a doubt. And if I didn't take the initiative to pull up on y'all and say, hey, let's kick it. Let's have a conversation. How can I kick it with y'all? And then how can I ultimately push y'all and promote y'all? Because I'm tired of these motherfuckers from these other cities and these states in Atlanta and New York pushing each other. And we always gotta get it out the mud. And then if I get there, now I gotta just sit there by myself. No, I'm looking for other people and other content creators. That's why I watch her shit. That's why I'm pulling up right now. Right? And I want to push y'all. I want y'all to be just as successful. I want y'all to be able to get this content creation money. I want y'all to be able to do it. But see, that's the thing. The first thing that y'all did was, and I'm just gonna keep it 100. Fuck that nigga, this and that, whatever. Not one person reached out to me. Not one person hollered at me. Dog, you go on Ugly Money's podcast and you never even hit me up. And I'm in your own city. The fuck is that? So you can't sit here and tell me. Hold on.
Is this a public scolding?
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna keep it real with you. It's hypocritical because you're doing the exact thing that you're preaching against. And I'm in your own city. We don't even have to agree with each other, but we can fucking push each other and get money. And we of the same ilk. We probably touch the same people, touch the same hood. And you didn't reach out to me on some, hey man, let's kick it on some type of shit and let's run this bag up. Y'all was just talking shit.
You like black people, so we didn't want to approach you.
Hold on. Y'all was talking shit, and because I'm a fan, I'm a fan of what y'all doing. I pulled up on my own merit. I said, you know what? I'm gonna wait. And I waited till I seen you live, and I said, I'm gonna pull up and kick it with him, and we gonna figure this shit out. We gonna have some discourse. We're gonna create some good content, and then I'm gonna push you niggas because I actually feel what y'all doing, and I want you niggas to win. So it's hypocritical for you to say that, dog, because in real life, when you get the opportunity to do it, you ain't doing that shit. You ain't doing that shit.
So let me.
Listen. What y'all don't understand? That's a gem, though. That's a gem. That's a gem he just did right there. Because here's the thing. Everybody believes that just because that you disagree on something, that don't mean that you can't uplift the next person. I can still be you can still be a fan. You can still be a fan of a person and disagree with them 110%. Their shit just may be 100% entertainment. And you love the entertainment factor, but you can be like, you know what? I disagree with you. I really don't agree with none you saying, but it's entertainment. It's entertaining for me. I enjoy the laughter. I enjoy the entertainment that you bring on top of the things that you talk about, even though I disagree with you. You feel me? And so I think that's dope. It also shows humility. It also shows that just because we of the same skin tone and we disagree, that don't mean that I don't still love you. That don't mean I still won't look out for you. That still don't mean I won't show love. I want you to rock out. I still want you to win, even though I don't agree with what you're talking about right now. I'm on the other side of the fence of what you're talking about, but I still rock out, which I'm still a fan of your shit. And that's the thing with a lot of black people too. And what y'all don't understand is that that's a big thing in politics. Yeah, what y'all see on TV, what y'all see in the media and shit, y'all see people on two different sides of the spectrum. They going at each other. They going at each other in public. But guess what? Behind closed doors, they buddy. They sitting down having a cigar together. They sitting down kicking it. They out here laughing at y'all goofy asses like, man, these niggas out here talking. They up here making arguments about race, about white people, about this, that, and the third. Man, they over there making a bag off of y'all ass. Why not do the same thing here? I literally just said what, maybe like an hour or so ago earlier in the live stream where I said, listen, I might have to hit up some people. Hey, a lot of people making a bag off us, Rand. A lot of people, and just people in general, not even black people, just people in general. But I even earlier in the live stream, I said, listen, I might need to hit up a couple of people and strategically tell them, listen, I need you to react to one of my videos. Whether you agree, disagree, or are indifferent about what I'm talking about, I just need you to react to it. You got a little bit more visibility, and look, we're gonna run this shit up together. We're gonna run this YouTube bag up together. Why not? Why not? Why not? Listen, I need to stop talking so much because I might be giving y'all too many gems. I might be giving y'all too many. I might need to put this in the Patreon. I need to put it in the Patreon, but I have to put it in practice first before I do. So, but yeah, this is Patreon level content right here. So let me stop talking.
The reason why you have the YouTube streets, it is because at a point where I was growing 600-700 subscribers a day about 8-9 months ago, I said to myself, I've been doing podcasting before the term podcast was even in popular lexicon. I've been doing podcasting since 2011. When my only examples was Rush Limbaugh and Howard Stern, for better or for worse. The YouTube streets was a concept that came out of my mind, and the whole purpose and the aim and objective is to get other content creators from the great state of Michigan, specifically the Detroit,
but he killing me with this
together, and each one
specifically, man.
I made it to Ugly Money Podcast. I'm making it to Real Life Street Stars. I'm making it to what was that shit Miami with the Dancer Report, all because that brother down there, Uncle Juice. So my point is to you. So listen, you're right about that. What I should have done.
And notice, I didn't go back at y'all.
No, you know what? So
I never said. If you notice, dog, of all the people that I go off on, I never ever pick anybody from Detroit that I ever respond to on some negative shit.
Hey man, it's factual though. At the end of the day,
I've never said anything negative about one Detroit person, not one.
So listen,
I've never talked negative about not one person in this
the big kid on the block doesn't. Why? If I am you, it's like if I'm you, you experience and you hear it's a lot of conflict. Anton Daniels is the lightning rod, so of course people don't like you. Of course,
I'm cool with that part. And even if we disagree with each other, even if we disagree with each other, like let's say we doing this shit, right? And we arguing because I want us to create good content, right?
Right.
On the back end, we should still be having conversations like, all right, cool, that was it. Now how we gonna mess this shit and get this money?
True.
But you don't understand it. We thought you didn't like black people. So why would
you never reached out to me. So
I'm not reaching out to nobody that agree with
and that's the problem, because there's plenty of people that I kick it with that I don't necessarily care for, and then they hit me up like, hold on, Anton. Let's figure this shit out though.
Well, we here now, Anton. We're not gonna talk about what we should have could have.
No. I'm feeling you, but what I'm saying is we have to change our mindset.
Yep.
When it comes to not necessarily liking everybody, because it's plenty of, listen, the one thing I learned about Republicans, going to the White House, meeting the fucking president and all of that shit. The one thing I know is this: even if they going back and forth publicly, they fuck with each other behind the scenes. They fuck with each other behind the scenes.
We don't dislike.
I'm not talking about me no more. I'm saying that people in general, right? Because one thing that I know about black people is that we are fucking tribal, and we will go 10 toes down. We tribal against each other. You know what I'm saying? But my point is that I'm not easily offended, and I'm not sensitive. You know what I'm saying? So I looked at the shit and I thought it was dope because it was like, you know what? All right, cool. Now I need to pull up and had a conversation, right? And so it's dope. But my point is that even if y'all say shit that I 100% disagree with, I still fuck with y'all because I focus like 98% of my time on the shit that I like about you, and 2% of my stuff on the shit that I don't necessarily fuck with you about.
Okay, so listen, let me. I want to bring Boogie in too. I know he has. So let me just tell you this, right? I don't think so. Listen, black people. Let's just get this out the way. Black people, right? And I'm heavy on. I was on the Forum magazine.
I seen it. I watched it,
and I said some things about. I
watch everything, bro.
Ray Winans, and Ray Winans said, "Hey, don't like what Dogface said. I would like to have a conversation with him on your platform." And he thought that I was saying something specifically about him and his movement. Hey, listen, I don't think that any community activist group or any member of city council or even the mayor, you can't fix the shit going on in the black community, right? We have a love affair with killing each other and fucking over each other. That's not a Democratic or Republican issue. That's a black issue. And I'm saying I want to say as a people, bro. In the 1950s, as recently as the 1950s and 60s, my family's from Alabama. Didn't matter if you were leaning towards being a Democrat or leaning towards being a Republican. Right. If you were black, you were black. Don't matter if you were Episcopalian, Catholic. Don't matter if you're Muslim. Don't matter if you were Seventh-day Adventist. If you're black, you're black. And my thing is, I took offense to what I believe were you trying to suggest that black people had abandoned black people are the most spiritual people on the face of this planet, even though we're not in tune with ourselves. But when it comes to, it doesn't look like it from the outside, but when it comes to being a forgiving people, if we were not the most forgiving human beings on the face of this planet, then we would be looking for retribution for the things that our forefathers and foremothers suffered at the hands of white America, not all whom were responsible.
Okay, so if you're not looking for retribution, what the fuck are you doing then? You're asking for reparations for what? You ain't doing shit. What are you doing as a collective? Now I know there are some people out here actually getting it. They're out here getting to it. What are you doing? besides complaining, besides out here protesting, what are you doing? What businesses are you building? What opportunities are you providing for other Black people? What are you doing besides protesting? Besides getting on live streams, going back and forth about what the white man is doing and all of this shit and what they're not doing, what are you doing in the community? Are you building businesses and creating more jobs for Black people? Are you doing that? It's hard for you to even work. It's hard for you to even work together on a surface level. All because this person has a difference of an opinion. Just like I said earlier, you can disagree with everything that I say. But if I rock with you and your character is on point, we good. We can still be on two different sides of the fence. But because you are a great person, you are of great character, I rock with you. So look, even though we on two sides of the fence, look, we need to figure out how we could get to a bag together. We need to figure out how we can create more opportunities for other Black folks. How can we build businesses and create more and give more jobs to the people in the community so that way we can get these niggas out of the fucking streets? But y'all don't want to do that. Because y'all got a selfish mindset. You too worried about what a person thinks or what background he from, or oh, you dancing for the white man. Ain't nobody dancing for nobody, bro. I just believe in what I believe in. I see things from a different perspective. That's it. But guess what? That don't mean we still can't get money together, though. That don't mean we still can't build businesses. That don't mean we still can't create a better community. That don't mean that at all. It don't mean that we can't do that. But you so stuck in your feelings, you so stuck in your ways. Man, I don't fuck with that nigga for real though, bro, because that nigga think like that, man. Nigga coon, bro. Like, I don't fuck with niggas like that, bro. Like, for real, I ain't got time for niggas like that. But guess what? You ain't even doing shit for the community. You ain't out here doing nothing. You just talking. You ain't building nothing for nobody. Just talking.
But you don't have to have all of one people who all agree about one thing in order for that one thing to happen. Now, I want to strike it here. Charlie Kirk, he gave us. In the middle, tried to trade the he gave us.
Yeah, I saw that, bro. I saw that.
Hate-filled speech. And
hey, he was like,
"It's appropriate."
Listen, bro.
For
he
Black
was
people.
And look, low key, it was kind of shade too. It was kind of shade when Anton was trying to give her props or whatever. But it was like, shit, nigga. Hey, can we get them? Can we trade? Can we get your chicks on? Can we get the after hour girls on this one? He low key threw some shade at, like, man, we got some ugly bras on here, bro. He definitely did that. He tried it. I think she missed it though. She definitely missed it. And she definitely missed it.
To be trying to legislate or trying to spank other people for their disposition towards somebody who has presented himself to be unbridled, unrestrained bigot.
I disagree with you. We're not gonna see eye to eye on that point. I think that Charlie Kirk was absolutely positively 100%.
Hey, listen, he called out.
Yeah, man. At the end of the day, bro, they just cool. You see, you don't see eye to eye. Game of Stripe, they. He was out of pocket on this one. And when I say out of pocket, that means he was just they are far leaning on one side. They're not able to look at it from an objective standpoint on this particular topic. He's wrong. Dogface is 100% wrong. Dogface is 110% wrong. Baby doll, 110% wrong. 110% wrong. You looked at a 15 to 30 second clip and then you decided to make your judgment talking about he racist without getting the full context of what he was talking about. And even when the context was given, you still sat there and said, well, I just don't like how he said it was the messenger. Bro, it don't matter who the messenger is. The facts are the facts. It don't matter who said it or how it was said. The facts are the facts, and you just gotta eat that shit. And that's the problem with the black community. You can't hold nobody. A black man can't hold the black community accountable. A black woman can't hold the black community accountable. A white man can't hold the black community accountable. A white woman can't hold the black community accountable. Nobody can hold the black community accountable as a collective. That's the problem. If I sat here and told you what was wrong in the community, guess what? I'm a Sambo. I'm a tether. I'm a coon. I'm dancing for the white man. I want the white man's approval. You ain't one of us. Who raised you? Ain't your mama black? Then your mama raised you? You do know you black, right? All of the sign language. All of the sign language. But guess what Courtney Edgar gonna do? He gonna stand 10 toes on what he talking about, regardless. But hey, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure you hit that bell notification, dog. So, should I do another topic? 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 I don't know. Where we at? How many more we got? Should I talk about should I talk about jazz? Should I talk about jazz? What you think, Bull City? Should I talk about jazz? Or should I do Boheme off of the Lapeef Network? Which one? Should I do Angry Man and Jazz, or should I do Boheme off of the Lapeef? Which one do you think I should do? I'm gonna let the chat choose. I'm gonna let the chat choose. Matter of fact, while you choose, give me a second. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh, you don't know nothing about Lapeef? So should I do the fattest platform then? Do Angry Man and Jazz? I bet. All right, we're gonna rock out. We'll do Angry Man and Jazz then. Let's rock out there. Let's do Angry Man and Jazz. And that'll be the last topic for the night. Let's tap in. Let's go ahead and tap in. Let's go here with it. Oh, hold up. Let these doggone. Here we go.
Power to make you do what men want you to do. And what is happening is that y'all are traditional women. Every time you can take advantage of it, meaning being chivalrous, being having a leader, having a provider, having a man that can die for you, that take his jacket out of your back when it's cold, that do all these things. But when it comes to you being a traditional woman, we are not under the patriarchy. I'm a modern woman. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
What I'm saying is this. You still have women who want to live under a man's rule. Go find them Every woman out here,
All women
every
live
woman is
under
not
all
modern out
women
here.
live under a
Every
man's
woman is
rule.
not modern out here. Every
All
woman,
women live under a man's rule.
all these trad wives out here, y'all can't find one.
All women live under a man's rule. And you're delusional if you think you don't. Number one, the patriarchy was not set up to spite women. The reason why the patriarchy exists is because throughout history, you have been the weaker of the two sexes. And up until recently, you definitely needed men for everything. You would not have survived. So the only reason the patriarchy or the rule of men even exists in the first place is because you were in a situation where if you did not have men to hunt the animals, men to fend off other tribes, to fend off wild animals, all of those different things, you wouldn't have survived all the way up until recently, all the way up until recent
Can
history.
you cite your sources on where you have?
Oh,
the
now you
facts
want to
to
cite
show that?
sources?
History.
Okay,
Oh, Jazz so disingenuous, bro. Jazz is so disingenuous, man. I swear to God, bro.
Back the goddamn shit,
Bro,
I'm
she's
tired of
so
this motherfucking shit.
She's so disingenuous.
Please cite the historical facts that
called
without
history.
being under a man's rule, that
It's
women
called
would somehow
history.
just.
It's called history. And if I remember correctly,
What side of actual
if I remember correctly, a second ago, you asked me not to interrupt you.
I just asked you to cite your source, but you can continue.
You asked me to not interrupt you, right?
You're right.
But
Okay,
make sure you
so
cite that
number one, what I'm citing is history. Even in this
of what?
country,
Like from
even in this-
what part of history?
Our history, human history.
Okay, but can you give me a specific historical site of where you're saying that the only reason patriarchy came is because women were so unable to take care of ourselves that we needed men to
What is
rule us?
patriarchy? What is patriarchy?
Okay, well, patriarchy is generally understood as a social system in which men hold primary power.
Okay,
and
stop right there.
dominate roles
Stop right there.
and
Stop right
dominate
there.
and
Wait,
dominate
stop right there.
roles.
Stop right
and-
there.
and
Stop
do-
right
Let
there.
me finish. Let me finish.
No, we're not going to play. No, we're not playing feminism today. I'm
This isn't feminism.
asking
This is
you
the
what the basic.
definition.
No.
Angry
not
Man
that.
is about
I'm
to go
asking you what
fucking
the
ballistic
basic of
right now, bro.
patriarchy is. You
I'm
said the
giving it to
rule of
you.
men. You said
I'm
the
giving
rule.
it to
You
you.
said
Look
the
it
Man,
up,
what's
babe.
good with you?
Look it up.
You said the rule of men. So let's stop right there for a second.
I didn't say that. If
How
you will
did
let
men-
me.
how
I didn't
did
say
men-
anything about
how
rules.
did
You're not
men-
listening. I never
how
said anything
did
about
men-
rules.
How did men come into the position of being the rulers?
Okay, so like I said, it's understood as a social system in which men hold primary power.
This is why y'all don't
and
run shit.
dominate
This is why y'all
roles
don't run
of
shit.
leadership.
This is why you don't
You're
run
not
shit. This is why
listening.
you'll
You're
never
not
run
trying to have
shit.
a dialogue.
This is why you don't run shit. This
Let
is
me
why you'll
clarify.
never run
need to
shit.
give the
Let me
question. He's
one
not
second,
letting
guys.
me finish.
Hey, Jazz, let me clarify it, friends.
You don't run shit.
What Angry Man is asking you
You're
is
more
that
concerned. You're more concerned.
I'm giving you the definition,
You're more
sir.
concerned with. You're more concerned with. I'm a woman and I'm not going to let a man stop me from
No,
talking.
that's
You're
not.
more concerned with that than the actual conversation. What I'm
trying
saying
to
to
give
you,
you
what
what
I'm saying to
patriarchy
you,
literally means.
what I'm saying
sir.
to you,
one second.
what I'm
please.
saying to you,
Hey,
You don't
Angry
want
Man,
me to finish
Angry
the
Man, 1 second,
actual-
bro. Hey, 1 second, friends.
Weird.
this is a ridiculous. This is
No,
ridiculous.
Jazz. Hey, Angry Man, 1 second.
You asking
Jazz.
me to give you a
This is
definition, and you won't let me finish.
Hey. How did men got that power?
Jazz 37 years
How
old
did they
with
get it?
that Minnie Mouse bow.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. That
because
big ass bow on
I
the goddamn
believe
head.
they
Take
got
that shit
that
off,
power
man.
because they were the brawnier species. So they felt that women wouldn't be able to defend themselves if
She
they
said that's
were
true.
to control them.
Hey, facts, man.
It's
You gotta
not
let us
felt.
gotta
There's
let
no-
Because
the
if
daughters
that's the
know,
case, why
man.
not rule over other
Same
men?
thing with my daughter.
If that's not the case, why
Men
not
do,
rule over
men
other
do
men?
rule over other men. See, this is what I mean
In the
by you
same way,
don't know
in the
what you're
same way that
talking
you rule
about.
over. If that was the
Men
case, then
do
why?
rule over other men.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
Okay, but what I'm saying is, okay, but men were able to have access and autonomy and were able to vote and have rights.
Not all of them.
Way before
Not
women
all of
did.
them. No, you don't
Way
know
before
what you're
women
talking-
did, though,
No,
right?
stop. No. First of all, you don't know. See, this is what's funny about this. You're asking me to cite my sources. You don't even know. You don't even know history. All men were not able to vote. Back in the day,
Yeah,
only
because
men, only men,
historically, black men,
hold
yeah.
on, only men
You
that
have
were
autonomy into the
only
13th
men,
Amendment.
only men that were landowners were able to vote. And all throughout history, there are so many instances where men, if they were not up to par as men, they didn't have the same rights as other men.
Yep.
This is where you get eunuchs and certain shit like that.
Okay, let me look that up real quick, because
You're
that's
bugging right now.
Hey, Jazz,
Jazz,
I save you time. Jazz, I save you time. Men only got the right to vote on the 19th century. Most men wouldn't able to vote. Most like one second, please. Just like woman in mass couldn't vote, but men, there was a very short, like very small amount of men that actually were able to vote, and those men led over the peasants, the feudal lord, the man of power. So
on, Fatty,
like
get it out,
everybody,
bro.
one second, let me just
out.
like everybody was under patriarchy. Everyone was under patriarchy.
This is why
what I'm saying is this.
As we get older, a lot of times we feel certain doors closed to us.
It was about humanity. Well, give me a second. Let me respond to Fatty. Thank you. If it's about humanity and justice for everybody, when all men were able to vote.
Wait. No, I didn't say that. No. You said no. Stop. You said you're replying to me. I didn't say that.
No. What I'm saying
is not. No. 1 second. It's not about fairness. It's not about humanity. It's about the survival of the fittest. The church and the government and the kings and the bishops and the feudal lords and the men that had land, they had all the power, and all the other men were the bottom of the mother. They was scum of the earth, and they had no power.
The women were not treated as equal. That's the problem with
Men were not
treated as equal human beings.
Men were not treated as equal human beings. You're not listening, Jazz.
You shouldn't be able to have access to things just because you're a man, and I shouldn't because I'm a woman.
I just want to clear this up. Jess,
that's
please.
Weird.
Jess.
Yo, you don't know what you're talking about because your whole fucking head is filled with a bunch of feminist bullshit.
No,
you
it's
don't
not.
even understand the history of the damn world.
Definition of patriarchy.
Yo, chill out. Let's have one mic, please.
Every single time.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a clock for
every single time.
I don't want to do it.
Hey, 1 second, I know it's just.
I don't want to talking about.
There's no reason. There's no reason for, once again, now respectfully, for we to be over talking each other. I'm going to put the clock so people can respect each other's time, and everybody has 1 minute. Is that fair with everybody? Is that okay? So we can actually have a conversation. Okay, I'm going to put the clock. Don't overtalk the other person. Jess, you can say what you want and interrupt it. Angry Man is going to go afterward and interrupt it. So go ahead and say what you have to say, Jess, please.
Whole time, and she been spewing nothing.
It's fine. If she's committing a mistake, let her do it, and then you go next. Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, no, I don't understand what we're doing right now. All I'm saying is this: when it comes to what patriarchy is, right, and what it was, the actual definition is rooted in male leadership, moral authority, control of property, and when it comes to like, is it rooted in control of women? There are scholars that believe that patriarchy has historically been rooted in controlling women's autonomy in areas like reproduction, in marriage, in labor. So that's why I was saying, like, y'all are saying that it was there to protect us and guide us, but look at how much it suppressed women just because they were women. So that's all I'm saying. There are women out here that want to be traditional. There are women out here that want to adhere to this rule of submission, but give them the choice to do so. And all I was saying, when this whole indoctrination, and you're right, Angry Man, patriarchy can harm men as well, because there's a sense of superiority over somebody else, and we're all equal as human beings. And so all I'm saying is, you can't say that this was it was designed to protect everybody when you deliberately designed it for so long to keep women outside of the same access to the things that you have just because they were women. So it's like, does it protect or does it oppress? It can be both, depending on the perspective. because a patriarchal system often the frame control as protection, but the protection is conditional and reinforces like dependency and limiting a woman's freedom and critical
Yes, we need to respect the clock. Yes, we need to respect the clock.
Sorry, that's the clock. My bad. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's
there's a
all
clock.
I'm saying. Just
But here's my thing. Jazz is what up, Gabby? What's good with you? I think Jazz is disingenuously disrespectful. I do. I 100% that Jazz just got this complex about her that she thinks that it's about her. She plays this role of she's very condescending. She'll act as if she's respectful, but she rude as fuck. She's disrespectful. She's unbearable. She's an unbearable woman. She's a quarrelsome woman. She really is. Listen, she got a guy. She said that she has a dude. I don't understand how. I don't understand it. He must be bald head. He gotta be. He gotta be bald head. He gotta be bald head. Because there's no way. There's no way, dog. Oh, let me read this real quick. I know you're trying to compare, right? I know you're trying to compare, right? It's in the bridge of the nose that makes Jazz more attractive. It says it's in the bridge. That's what I'm saying. I think so. But I don't know, bro. Her sense of self-importance is off the chart. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, she just think it's about her. She think it's about her. Jazz really has this main character complex, bro. She really does. But she'll play it as if she is. She'll play it as if she just chilled, that she just relaxed. She ain't on that type of time, but she really got that main character complex.
consider how I get what you're saying, but it can be harmful to women overall.
Angry man as the mic 1 minute and a half uninterrupted.
Yo, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, and also, man, I was looking at shout out to Lolo wins on demeanor. Hey, listen, that's what I was looking up. I was looking up Lolo. I just hit her up on IG. I'm trying to get on Banter and Barter. I'm trying to get her to come through on the panel for Banter and Barter because I know she got some shit she want to get off. You feel me? So, hey, Lolo, Antoinette, if you listen, I sent you a message on IG. If you see this message, come through. We're going to bring you on Banter and Barter. We're going to have the discussion. You feel me? Hey, listen, we coming through. We coming through. Yeah, absolutely. Pull up.
You're just like every other modern woman that has allowed feminism to fill your head with a bunch of bullshit and nonsense. Number one, the only reason you even have feminism is because the patriarchy gave it to you. Every single right that you have right now was granted to you by men. It wasn't something that you fought for and gained.
Look,
so get that out of your head. When it comes to the concept of men, men have not been equal. Back in the day, there were men that were slaves. And I'm not even talking about America. I'm talking about before America. There were men that were lords. There were men that were nobles. There has always been a hierarchy. So it wasn't just women that didn't have certain rights. There was men that didn't have certain rights. The entire reason the concept of patriarchy exists is because there's always been a need for certain men to lead because they were stronger men. There's always been a need for men to structure our society, to structure our community. It wasn't until recently that women started saying, oh, we don't have any rights, when really what you were describing was privilege. What you were describing was, if we're on a boat and it's sinking, women and children first. It was a bunch of white women that said, oh, we don't have any rights. We can't do this. We can't do that, which is ridiculous because now you have women complaining about the fact that you have to go to work, complaining about the fact that you have to be independent. So no, patriarchy is not something that you're going to sit here and vilify just because it's something that men created. The whole reason that patriarchy exists is because there has always been weaker people, not just women, but men also. Who needed to be protected, who needed structure, who needed a freaking civilization and society to live in. Otherwise, you have anarchy. And if you want to sit here and think that men don't protect women and the patriarchy doesn't protect women, if you didn't have a patriarchy, you would be in a world of shit. You wouldn't be able to walk down the street without having to worry about a man jumping on you and sexually assaulting you. So no, we're not gonna do that goofy shit.
I mean, honestly, everything you said.
And Jazz, you have a chance. Jazz,
Go ahead.
You have a minute, and your man has another minute, and we go back to the show. Okay, 1 minute.
Man, he gonna let her give. He gonna let her give. Hey, hold on, Fatty. Nah, Fatty. I know you lying to me. How you gonna give her another minute of get back, but you ain't gonna let her rebuttal back? Nah, she's supposed to get. She say what she gotta say. He said what he gotta say. Then you move on. You can't give her a chance to get back, because if you do that, then you gotta go back to Angry Man to let him finish his point. Oh, Angry Man. Nah, Fatty. Nah, Fatty. Come on, bro.
I don't even need a whole minute, but everything you said just proved my point. I said it can be harmful to women because you're removing the choice.
I gotta be honest,
boy.
that's a fact, bro.
Like I should be grateful
that's a fact.
that men decided to give women the choice to choose from themselves. When that shouldn't even been something to question in the first place. You just said you think you did something, but men let you get that. Men let you do that. That's the problem. Why did men feel like they needed to allow us to have autonomy of ourselves just because we are women? That's
can I ask you a question?
Dangerous. You don't get a cookie. Hold on. You don't get a cookie to say like to be grateful. No, that you should be ashamed.
We absolutely do
get a cookie. You should be ashamed that most men look at women to subjugate them.
We absolutely do get a cookie. We absolutely do get a cookie because if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have running water. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have a home to live in. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have electricity. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have a police force. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have safety. You owe every single thing you have.
Y'all are not safe.
Your
name is Angry Man. Y'all are not safe.
This comfortable life that you have, you owe it to men.
At Wells Fargo, we get it.
Hey, listen.
Carlos started his business to obsess over things like basting. Butter.
Listen.
Let me ask a question to Jess so we can actually move to the rest of the ladies, right? Hey, Jess. I like to say this, right? Just because I'm explaining something doesn't mean that I actually agree with, right? Just because I'm explaining something doesn't mean that I agree with. What is wrong about what he said that men allowed women to do it? Because it's true. One second. Oh, Jess, please, 1 second. Let's do what actually happened in history. Most men and women had terrible lives until 200 years ago. There's a reality. Until the Industrial Revolution, until we have all these vaccines and all these inventions and air conditioner and lights in the street and police officers, most of us lived a miserable life. We would work at 5 years old, right? Like this is what we do. A woman would be in automatic danger if she went outside of her house at 6 p.m. A woman would having 10 kids, 7 kids, 5 kids. They were always pregnant, right? Like a woman will be in a very dangerous position if she was doing what men are doing right now. Now they have the infrastructure. We have the cities, we have the cops, the firefighters, the judges, the air conditioner jobs, the skyscrapers. We have everything for you to do something, right? So if I say this, throughout 200,000 years, women were submissive to men because they had to, because there was no other choice. And now that men made the world safe enough for women, for their daughters, for their mothers, for their sisters to go outside, the men allow women to actually say, you know what? Now we made the world safer for y'all. Y'all can go on your skimpy fashion of a dress to a nightclub at 3 a.m. in the morning and feel how is that bad if it's actually what happened? I'm just explaining what happened. That doesn't mean I agree with it or not. How are you against that? Like men literally allowed women to do that.
Women today.
So what you responded to me? Because I would love to answer
Women
that.
today live in heaven compared to just 100 years ago.
We live in a heaven. Meanwhile, they are overturning women's rights. But we're in heaven.
Just 100 years ago, what women had to live under compared to what you live under now is drastically different. And guess what? The only reason it has improved is because of men.
No.
Period.
So can I respond to what you
said?
said?
That's what I'm saying, man. Give Angry Man.
So
Look,
what is
give
the
Angry
reason?
Man the cookies, bro. Give it to him.
Jess, you mean
the
yourself.
flowers, bro.
Can you hear me? My bad. So let me just explain why, like, saying things like women need to be grateful that we allowed you. It's very fucking problem.
No, it's not.
This is how I know jazz is problematic. First of all, the bow. Second of all, you remember the teacher off of Jimmy Neutron, the white lady who had them glasses on. She got them glasses on. That's two. She got that stone. She got that emerald stone on her chest. That necklace. And I guarantee you she's sage. So she got a little bit of that earthy vibe to her. Just a little bit. Not too much. I don't think she's too much into it, but I think she got a little bit of it. She got that earthy tone to her. Which lets me know she is extremely toxic. She is way too pretty to be like that. Yep, and I know a lot of women, what is that supposed to mean? I'm way too pretty. Listen, you are way too pretty to be this combative. You are way too pretty to be the way that you are. Real talk. You should not be this combative. I don't know what you went through in your life. I don't. But shorty, I'm gonna need you to figure it out. I don't know if you loaning for another. I don't know if the man that you got ain't doing what he need to be doing. I don't know if you loaning for something. I don't know what it is, but shorty, I'm gonna need you to figure it out because there is no fucking way that there's no way, bro. Nah, G. But if you're gonna take this angle, I guess you can say lean all the way in and stand on it and get your visibility, get your bag, because man, boy,
It assumes ownership and control.
No,
it's
it
like,
doesn't.
Right, the
No, it
wind up
doesn't.
camera too.
Angry man, you can't do that. No, angry man, you can't do that. Angry man, you can't do that.
You
gotta check the tone and
You
approach
can't do
daily.
that because if she interrupts you, I can't stop her now. If you are going to interrupt her, as soon as she interrupts you, I can stop her. That's very fair. Finish your statement, Jazz, and Angry Man can respond afterwards, and then we go back to the show. Go ahead.
Thank you, Patty. So like I was saying, so saying things like we allowed you, it kind of frames men as like the gatekeepers of women's freedom, as if like a woman's autonomy is not inherent, just like a man's autonomy is inherent. But instead, it's like a privilege granted by men. That's a patriarchal mindset that oppresses women, right? So it also erases like the women's struggle, because women like historically fought and kind of continue to fight for voting, working, owning property, body autonomy. You see what's going on right now in the country. They are attacking women's health care left and right, regardless of how you feel about it. It's a problem.
Nobody's attacking women's health care. Stop fucking lying.
Uh-oh.
Nobody's attacking your health care. What are you talking about? This shit is crazy.
Hey, Jess, so we can move to the topic again. I'm going to ask you a question. If men in mass decided women have no more rights tomorrow, what would happen?
You said what?
If men in mass, if me, Ali, Angry Man, every man in the planet said women are going to go back to what they used to be 300 years ago, there's no more rights, back in the kitchen, you are just a second-class citizen, what would happen?
Oh, I think there will be a big revolt. I think you will have a hard time getting. I think you have a hard time. I think you underestimate the power of women getting together and fighting for their safety. I think you really
so I just want to make sure.
Why would you even want that? But to finish, like what I was saying.
Jazz, you can't do that, Jazz. We're having a conversation.
So, like, to finish what I
Jazz. No, Jazz. We are talking about like, because this is what granting is, allowing is, right? I allow my kids.
We were both
Jazz, please, 1 second. Let's be honest. If a man wants to take it in any regard, he will. Men take from no, Jess, please. Men take from other men. Think about it. Men subjugate other men.
Listen, man.
Not just women. Other men, kids.
You know what I think the problem is? I think the problem is when you tell a lot of women the actual reality of the situation, they think that we mean it as if we want to do it. No, that's not what that means. We just tell you the reality of the situation because you live in a first world country. You live in a first world country. So what does that mean? That means you have the luxury and the privilege to just talk the way that you talk, move the way that you move, live the life the way that you want to live. You know, you're overwhelmingly you're protected versus other countries where women don't have the right, they don't have the privilege to do a lot of different things that y'all can do in America, which is why a lot of women would prefer to move over here to America, right? And so when men are telling you like, oh, well, if men wanted to, they could go crazy. Again, let me preface it by saying that's not to say that that's something that men want to do. I want to preface by it. I really want to press that. That's not what men are saying that they want to do it, but they're letting you know the way that y'all talking, you getting out of pocket. And they're letting you know that at any point, they're letting you know at any point that it could go left. So have some decency and to understand the power of a man. That's it. Like, don't disrespect, like, don't get it twisted. It's just like when your kids try you. It's like when you got your kids and they be trying you, they're like, I little joker, you keep testing me. I promise you, I'm gonna have to show you better than I can tell you. It's only because I'm allowing you to, I'm only giving you the space to do what you want to do, but don't get it twisted. But nobody's up here walking around every day. Look, man, I just want them to make this shit legal so I can go off on these women. Ain't nobody stunning that shit. It's just when y'all start talking crazy and start talking reckless, you just gotta let y'all know, like, hey man, you bugging. You bugging right now. Calm down. You getting a little too loose with them lips. You doing too much. Relax.
Animals. The human being literally sees a bunch of rhinos, elephants, whatever. Says, you know what? I want that area. I don't give a fuck about what is that.
That's a fact.
If I want it, I will get it. This is the history of the human being in the planet, and it's made by man. You actually pointed to man. Y'all did that.
Yep.
What makes you Jess, please, Jess, let me just finish, Jess. What makes you think, Jess? And please answer the question. Don't say what you want to say. Answer me. Let's talk with each other. What makes you think that if me, my dad, and my brother want my mother, my sister, and my daughter to stay at home and to not go anywhere, and there's no consequences, no repercussions, no police, if all men decide these women go right back where they were, what makes you think that woman actually can revolt? Like, what makes you think that women are capable of standing up to men if men decide, hey, there's no more rights for y'all? What makes you think that?
And I'll find it, but historically that has actually happened. But that just kind of proves my point. That just kind of proves my point that men don't look at women as human fucking beings. Y'all just look at us as something to subject to your will. Because why would a man even think just because he's bigger and stronger than me that
you are not talking?
Hey, listen, chat.
You are not. You are not. Angry man, you give me just like 20 seconds and you got
right now. If y'all want to support, I know y'all was asking. So
Dunkin' Refreshers, 3 delicious flavors, only at Dunkin'.
If The Rock wants Danny DeVito to give him his lunch money, he will. That's if The Rock, if Michael B. Jordan. 1 second, please. If Michael B. Jordan decides to go to Jeff Bezos and there's no patriarchy structure, there's no cops, there's no judges, and he says, I want your shit, there's nothing Jeff Bezos can do. He has to run his money. It's over for him. That's what men do. You were in school, you know, the stronger man bullied the younger, the shorter man, the weaker man. This is what men do. So please answer my question, Jess, without talking about what you want to talk. You said this happened once in history. Before Ali and Angry Man go, my question is where? You can use Google, you can use ChatGPT, Gemini, Bing, Yahoo. Tell me one place in history where men said, woman, you have nothing, and women revolted by themselves, not with the help of other men, and they stopped they stopped the revolution. When was that?
Fatty, really quick. While she looks for that, can I say something? It's going to be pretty brief.
Yes.
So, Jazz, I'm going to say I agree with Angry Man, and this is why. Because it's just reality. No one's saying that it's right, but the reality is that men are more dominant than women. The reality is, and even like when you think about why the patriarchy started, essentially it actually was to protect women. Like even if, I don't know if everybody believes in the Bible, even if you go back to like the Bible days of like patriarchy, it was simply the man covering the woman and the kids and the children. And like, even if it was a family and say a husband died, the brother would then take on the responsibility of taking care of the wife and the kids, because it was for protection. It was to cover them. It was never meant to be a sense of taking away autonomy or overpowering them or trying to control them. It was essentially actually protecting them from other people, from other men that did want to harm them. But I think that the issue is that
I remember
a lot of women don't want to accept the fact that that's just reality, is that men are more dominant, and there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean that we're not capable of doing certain things. That doesn't mean that, we can't become certain things or do certain things in life. It's just one of those realities where it's like, okay, yeah, men are more dominant, and that's the world that we live in. And I think it's just one of those things we have to accept. It is what it is. No one's saying that. And like we weren't created equal.
It's just
that's
the reality.
Like
brother.
Yeah. I'm trying. Yeah, I already sent that message on IG, bro.
She made a statement, but the statement doesn't need to be responded. What needs to be answered is, when in history of mankind, men decided to take woman shit, and women by themselves said, you know what? We are the woman king. We are the Amazons. We are going to fight back this shit, and we are going to win. When did this happen, please? I need to know. We're not going to other place. Thank you very much, Lolo. It's not that it's not unimportant. It's that I want her to actually answer to that statement. When did this happen?
We like Lolo. We like Lolo. Yeah, we like Lolo. Let's get home.
I guess in the medieval to early modern period times, there was, I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, but
you can check
beginnings, they were women who formed an independent and spiritual community outside of male-dominated church structures, refusing marriage and male authority. Witch hunts, while framed as persecution, some historians argue accusations of witchcraft reflected fears of women rebelling against male authority, especially widows, healers, or women.
Most witches were men.
French Revolution, women.
Hey, look, Angry Man losing it right now, bro.
Yes. You are talking about the history of the continent where I brought. This is our history, kind of, right? Most witches were men. And the people that was doing witch hunts were men. Yep. The people that were enforcing people, putting people, burning them in the stake, prosecuting them, stopping revolutions, protecting women. 1 second, putting women in position of power were men. You would be a man that says, Jazzy is competent enough to be whatever community, so I'm going to put her there. Where is the woman? Where are the women?
So what I'm saying is this. I didn't say that there will be a rebellion and we're murdering you at the same rate that you can murder women. What I'm saying is, if you suppress women long enough, you underestimate what they will use to rebel and fight for their own freedom and autonomy so much that you have to back off.
Nothing will happen.
You said what?
Nothing will happen because we repress you for 200,000 years. Well, no. Yes. There's a joke by Andrew Schultz that says this. Woman and man been on this planet for 200,000 years, and it's very convenient that woman only started to fight for equality when we invented the air conditioner, right? There's this joke, like we've been this for 200,000 years, and exactly on the decade that man invented the air conditioner, and there's air conditioner jobs, and now it's comfortable to go in high heels to your work and all that. All of a sudden, women want to be independent. Please, Jess, like, think about it. An angry man, you got it.
Angry man, so over it, bro.
Okay, so
there was never a time where a woman.
There are plenty of times that why do you think in modern history women had to fight against the patriarchy just to get
because
their own?
other men allowed it.
But here's the thing. Why are men using their dominance to suppress women just because they're women?
No, because
men should not be using your dominance to harm other people that are weaker to you, even when you do it against other men.
Wow.
Even when you use your dominance to take something from someone. Angry man, damn, let me finish.
Uh-oh.
For real.
I've been waiting 20 goddamn minutes to fucking respond.
Let her finish her point, please.
I'm good.
The fuck, man?
I'm good. Let the baby cry. Go ahead.
Yo, fuck you. You the only baby on this bitch that don't even know history. You talking about fucking witch hunts? You don't even know the history of that shit. You want to know why witch hunts existed? Because the motherfuckers back then didn't understand how to fucking make bread. The bread got fucking moldy and it created this fucking bread that was like fucking LSD. So they was seeing shit. So they thought motherfuckers was witches and was burning people. It ain't had nothing to do with women rebelling, you fucking idiot. You don't even know what you're talking about. And you always want the damn mic and don't even know your own damn history of the fucking world. Human history. Goofy as fuck. Number one, first and foremost, men, humans, are always exploitive. Not just men. So you want to sit here and say, oh, the men, they do this, they do that. And what happened the moment that women were granted rights by men? What do y'all do? Exploit the fuck out of men. You don't do it physically. You do it mentally and emotionally. Because you know you can't do it physically. You can't beat men up. So what you do is you manipulate men, you gaslight men, you play all kinds of fucking games in order to try and dominate men and try to gain control over men. So guess what? That same nature is in you. If you was actually big enough to beat up men, you know what you would do? You would beat up men.
Yep.
If you were big enough to subjugate men, you know what you would do? You would subjugate men. Why? Because it's fucking human nature. Now, as far as the patriarchy, what the young lady said was right. The reason why the patriarchy is a good thing is because even though there are evil men in the world, yes.
Yep.
Even though men can dominate women.
Yep.
Many men don't.
Fact.
And that's what makes men great, is when they can take and they don't. When they can be violent and they don't. When they can beat up anybody or kill anybody, and instead of choosing to do that, they choose to protect women and children and other fucking men. So no, the patriarchy isn't bad, no matter how much your fucking feminist rhetoric taught you men bad. You don't even know what you're talking about. And every time you look up, I need the mic, but then you want to turn around and call somebody else a baby. Grow the fuck up.
Patty, can I read something real quick? I just found an order.
Hey, listen, bro. He just ripped her one. That is wild. Bro, that is wild. Listen, here's the thing. Bro. Here's the thing. The only time, and I've noticed this, the only time that Jazz really wants to talk when it's anything dealing with men and women, the patriarchy, black people. That's the only time she want to start speaking of it. If it's anything else, you talk about sports, you talk about shit. Most of the time, politics that don't involve black people in a sense, she quiet. She don't say nothing else. But when you start to talk about women, you start to talk about patriarchy, you start talking about feminism, masculinity, and all these extra shit. Oh, here come Jazz. She gonna start talking and she gonna start going in. But then you get guys like Angry Man, you get guys like Anton who gotta let her know what it is. Because she does a lot of throwing the rock and hide your hand. She gaslights like a motherfucker. She'll say a whole bunch of shit, but then she'll try to play victim on the back end. It's like, hey, nah, you ain't finna do that. But then because when you retaliate, because she was gaslighting, then she want to try to call you, oh, why you so mad? I know you lying to me. You been sitting up here saying slick shit the past 20, 30 minutes, and I ain't said nothing to you, but I heard you every time. But now all of a sudden, now I snap back at you. Now all of a sudden, I'm the problem. All of a sudden, I'm in my feelings. All of a sudden, now the patriarchy is taking over. Man, yeah. I would have loved to have invited Jazz onto the panel, but I don't know if I would want to. I'm gonna be 100. I'm gonna be 110% honest. I don't know if I would want to. Could it be good content? It could be, but I don't think I would want to, bro. I don't think I would. I'll be so annoyed. Cause I know me too. I'll be the one. I'll find a topic specifically that I know she probably would respond to. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, bro. So yeah, but tonight was good, bro. It went long. I expected it to go long, man. I still had 2 more topics to go over, but I was like, nah, we 4 hours in. I'm straight. We good. Listen, I appreciate y'all for tapping in with your boy. But like I said earlier, so I'm gonna finish this note off. Listen, we going for 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I don't care what nobody say. We all about thinking big over here. We going for millions of views. We going for 1 million subscribers. We got a long way to go. We're going to continue to keep pushing. This ain't a short-term plan. This is a long-term plan. We grinding it out. We going to build this shit big brick by motherfucking brick. We going to be like, oh boy, I built this shit. Me, brick by brick. And I'd be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk. You feel me? We own it. So look, we're going to be building this shit up. We're going to be growing. We're going to be building. We're going to stay consistent. We're going to rock out. We're going to implement things that we need to implement. We're going to take away things we need to take away. We're going to keep the things that we need to keep. And we're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to think big. We're thinking big picture. Not small picture, man. We're thinking outside the box. All right? So until next time, my good people. Until next time, I will see you